developing city of Wild Eden, in the heart of the plains of remembrance. Tabitha grew up in a cozy home with caring parents. Her father, Tabula Ribald, was a renowned inventor across the Dimin Empire, most known for inventing the Frostbox and the Desoiler Maker. Her mother, Lena Ribald, is a figurehead in the city and is a well-respected professor at Dark Rose Academy. With the city in development so quickly, a lot of pressure rested on the little goblin's shoulders, and she strived to achieve and surpass those expectations. She soon followed in her mother's footsteps, enrolling at Dark Rose Academy at an exceedingly early age, but decided to pursue recognition in artifice and tinkering because of the natural gift for the rarely studied pursuits. Despite those expectations, she thrived in her first year of classes, and still managed to be a leader in her own home, helping her parents raise her younger twin brothers, Ravi and Savi. With all the seclusion of her study and her home life, many would expect her to be shy and introverted. While this is very much true, she inherited her mother's natural charm and soon found herself smitten over a local half-elf boy, Doros Sanhorn. With her first year at Dark Rose Academy nearly at an end, the possibilities are endless for the eldest child of the Ribald family. Good evening, everyone.
108. Okay.
And
Alright,
we
hit
are
points
live.
are set. Alright.
How we doing, everyone?
Hello, world. I don't have stream up again because I'm busy.
It's quite alright. But we have time to hang out with chat and potentially introduce ourselves. We'll start, well, Pringle is our dungeon master. Not much to...
We'll start with the others first.
Yes.
Come back to me. I'm pretty sure I'm set though.
Oh, is it? One moment. Is that any better?
Are we supposed to be hearing music?
No, I've got it playing on stream.
Oh, well, I'll need Neurobot.
Yep, well, I just have it on stream because I'm using the intro music that I had playing during stream starting.
Okay.
Appreciate your resub, May. But,
Okay.
let's see. May, if you want to go ahead and start us off. Who are you playing today?
Today I am playing the very young elf named Renan Torin, and she is a wizard.
Okay. So in terms of very young, that's by elf standards, right?
Yeah, she's in her 20s.
Okay, so about, like, just into her hundreds, her first century?
No. She's
No,
20.
Oh, so she's an infant by elf standards.
by elf standards, yes. Normal standard society, she's an adult. By elf, widow baby.
Okay. I will be playing Tabitha Ribald, or Tabby. And she is... Well, she was first introduced, well, before we ever streamed, but to you guys in the wedding one-shot when she was still just a toddler. And she was the flower girl for Lena's wedding. And she will be the one performing her final assessment with her class. Viri, who are you playing today?
Hello, I am playing Silence, a human-looking sorcerer. Yeah, a human-looking sorcerer, about 19, doesn't understand this place or the people, but is happy to be here.
Okay. And Will, who are you playing today?
I'll be playing Hemoliodon, a half-elf bard who is just doing what he can to graduate and whatnot.
Excellent. Alrighty. How are we doing over there, Dungeon Daddy?
I think we are all set.
I'm still
I
not
am the
following
Scuff Lord, so I might be bringing some more. Yes, you will. I think we are all set. Pending any further scuff, I am the Scuff Lord after all. But I'm ready.
Alrighty. That is a lot at the bottom there.
Before we get going, just two quick announcements. This is going to be the last of the one-shots before Campaign 2. We still don't have a confirmed date. I still have a lot more planning to do, and write a few things, like redirect and write a few things going on in this hectic world called life. And going forward too, once Campaign 2 starts, we'll be giving nods to the creators of music that do covers and all of that. At the end of the stream, we'll be doing that, but because this is the one shot and we want to make sure all of our grounds are covered, and I at least know what music we'll be using, I want to give a shout out to Ambient World and Michael Gelfie Studios, which are two YouTube channels that are very good with ambient music. We'll be dropping the links in the VOD posted to Seraph's YouTube once we get the VOD uploaded after tonight. And I also want to give a shout out to Fractured Light Music and Harakian, who are original music producers or cover artists that cover popular music trending at any given time. So I just want to give those shout outs accordingly, because we'll be seeing some of the material in today's one shot.
I'd also like to give my own shout out to Francis Bonin Music over on YouTube for our stream starting soon ambiance. I love their fantasy sort of music that's that's playing. It's homey, it's warm. Definitely go check them out.
Oh god, it's gonna be one of those nights, I can tell.
It's okay. We're gonna have a lot of fun, but die in your own time, okay?
I'll at least try and make it to midnight. No guarantees after that.
Fair enough.
But yeah, if we want to swap to Nero so our players can get some music, and we'll start off with that lovely Shire theme.
All right, let's do it.
Good lord. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to an area. The year is 854 AE, or after emergence. The city of Wild Eden in the sprawling plains of the Diamond Empire has enjoyed several years of peace, save for some dwindling banditry and petty theft. The marketplace and main roads are still abuzz with the recently celebrated Festival of Recreation having come to a close. The city itself has prospered magnificently in recent years, with more people settling within its walls. Baron Rahom has been working meticulously with a local tinkerer and engineer to expand its walls and build an airship dock to open the city to more of the Empire. The city isn't the only thing that has grown in recent years, however, as Dark Rose Academy, a prestigious magical studies institute run by headmistress Kiana Sanal, has been having more students enroll in recent years due to the extensive list of acclaimed professors that have been employed. All of these changes are encompassed and closely observed by the city's populace, as the students have been preparing for their curricular assessment exams, with a star pupil finishing her first year expected to shine brightly in the coming days. Aside from the focus being on the eldest child of a family that's become a pillar of the community, more buzz is surrounding the exam itself and the first-year students as a whole, as they are the first class to undertake their exams, with the final assessment being a closely guarded secret. Not much of the year's curriculum has changed from recent years, however, save for more attention being brought to hands-on studies and practical applications of magic, which has led to many rumors regarding the exam's topic to be whispered amongst the students and citizens. Now, in the early hours of exam day, we'll turn our attention to a familiar family's cabin in what used to be the northwest corner of the city's original border. So, let me close that. As we rejoin the world in the northwest corner, the cabin is a small, warm cabin has recently been expanded. The upper second floor extends out over a new patio. The green wrought iron fence has recently been repainted. Some murmurs of a couple children waking up can be heard from the second floor, and a mother busily cooking in the kitchen. However, in the recently expanded shed in the back, about the size of one car garage, maybe a little bigger, wakes up a young goblin girl, young goblin woman, roughly the equivalent age of 16. Tabby, describe yourself to the party, please.
All right, so as she wakes up, mad bedhead. It's pretty much just like if you have a long fro, but not quite that cottony, right? So major bedhead, kind of like groggy and blinking owlishly. It's exam day. She knows it's exam day. But she's not quite that chipper. But she does get herself out of bed, gets on her school clothes, tries to brush her hair, probably snaps her comb and elects for the brush.
As you kind of, with the school's dress code, they tend to, at least for the first year, allow students to wear pretty much whatever they're comfortable with. You've made it a habit of wearing kind of slightly padded leather overalls over a white t-shirt.
Okay.
It's still a little dingy from the late night of tinkering you did the night before with your father. And you notice as you kind of wake up and stretch, at some point during the night, he came in and put his coat on you as a blanket. Probably before he left early this morning, you knew he had business elsewhere to attend to, but he did promise that he will be in attendance for your exam. As you kind of make your way out into this more of a garage shop, you look across the pin board that has a bunch of different blueprints and bits of article clippings. Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
All right, and as I do that, I'm going to interject that Tabby totally puts on her dad's coat, and it's way oversized for her. Like, it's dragging on the ground, hanging off her shoulders, but she still tries.
Yeah.
So let's see. Investigation?
Investigation.
All right. First roll with this awesome dice roulette thing. Oh man, it's so cool. All right. So that's a 19 investigation.
19. Okay. You've looked over these newspaper clippings quite a few times. One of them talks of recently imported technology of different types of artifice. 1 second. Okay. Yeah, importing of different types of artifice, most notably used at the school, are what's called weave tablets, which at first glance looks like a scroll, but when they unfurl, a thin, almost ethereal screen appears where students and teachers, if they elect, teachers and students, if they're allowed, are able to scour what's become different databases of information. It's still growing. There's talks of possibly using this as some means of communication. But in terms of school, only the teachers have access to it, and it's used for their lessons. Another article, one that you remember the events vaguely of, being busily rustled out of the wedding venue as a child. The article is titled Wild Eden's Wonders. New heroes that make travel. And there's a picture of a lanky Goliath, a mix of a drow and tiefling, and what looks to be a winged woman who had decided to party up after the events that took place at the wedding, to venture out into the world to see what they have in store. It mentions in the article that they were questioned, being one of the few witnesses to the more in-depth details. The only thing they talked about is something you remember, is a bright purple flash. And the names listed are Jox Hardbow, Zach Nier, and Celith Masora have set their travels westward.
So I remember the purple flash, but not much else. It's probably too young.
Not much else. You were about 4.5, 5, so you remember your grandmother scooping you up with the boys, and being teleported back to the cabin by your grandmother. By your grandmother, using an item.
Okay. So, going back over the New Heroes Arise, just kind of reading over, it's like, I'm not going to say it out loud because, I'm quiet, reserved, but still inwardly thinking, it's like, they'll probably be dead in a week. And I'll roll it back up, put it away, finish brushing my hair and getting ready, and I'll go, into the cabin itself for some breakfast.
Okay. As you walk through the back gate, As you head, Jesus, it's one of those days, guys. Apologies. So as you make your way out of the now garage, just to the right of you, as you walk past, is just to the right of you, next to the roll-up door, is a familiar cracked clay pot with a couple bits of marigold growing out of it. Spring has begun to set and they're beginning to bloom, as is the family garden that's now been moved closer to the porch. But as you make your way up the front steps of the back porch and through the back door into the kitchen, you see your mom, long blonde hair, warm maternal smile. She smiles. She looks to you. I hope you're ready today. I think the boys should be getting down shortly.
I hope so too. I'll hand her my brush. I can't get the back.
I got you, sweetie. Turn around.
No, I'll turn around.
And as what's become normal to you is her stirring of the eggs with a spatula in the pan is all done magically, as if they're being stirred themselves. And she kind of smiles and begins to slowly pull your hair back. It's a little rough, but she's able to get it for the most part set before there's just like the last little bit of cowlick, and you feel a slight tingling of arcana roll over your hair, and it's nice, smooth, getting rid of most of your naturally maney hair.
Thanks, Mom. What's for breakfast? And I'll take off Dad's coat and sit on the back of the chair.
We've got some eggs, ham, bacon. We got some freshly picked apples, courtesy of Old Man Jenkins. Charlotte should actually be bringing them around shortly. And as she says this, you hear a coming down the stairs
Sort of
as your
flinch.
brothers, who are already fighting playfully with wooden swords, about the equivalent of 12 now. Sadly, though, almost as tall as you already. So they're clearly destined to be taller.
There's like a little hint of jealousy there, because she knows that she's never going to be that tall. But it's okay.
But yeah, you see Fravi and Savvy sword fighting. You hear, boys, enough! And just the swords drop. Savvy and Ravi both turn almost at attention. Ravi is shaved, but because of his bright platinum hair, you can already see some of it beginning to grow back. Savvy, a bit narrower in build, has a long tuft that kind of drapes past the temple, but shaved on the sides and swept forward. Is Uncle Nick going to be here soon? We're kind of excited. He'll be here shortly. Just come have breakfast. And there's a noticeable nose pinch from your mother.
Training again?
Training again. They're hell-bent on following your grandfather's footsteps, so...
Well, good luck.
Savvy gives kind of like a pompous comb of his hair, kind of billowing it out further. He's like, I don't need luck. I am amazing.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that,
no
little
doubt.
brother.
I've got no doubts that we're all going to do just fine today. And he kind of gives you a fist bump.
I'll give it back. Though I really wasn't expecting the compliment. I mean, we're siblings. We bicker all the time, so there's kind of like that hesitant like fist bump, and sort of like a shy like look off.
Yeah, it's one of those, being the older sibling, kind of the one in the limelight of the family. There's that kind of shared jealousy. You're being kind of jealous of their height, but them being jealous of like the attention you're garnering to an extent. But it's a special day. They're going to be starting up their training again. Now that the weather's cleared, you're going to be finishing up your assessment. It's a calmer morning than usual.
Yeah, everybody's trying to get into the mindset.
Mm-hmm. And as you guys sit down for breakfast, you begin eating into your eggs, just get as much as you can, and you hear two familiar voices and mechanical whirring as the front door opens up, and you see Charlotte, a large brass mechanical spider, kind of curls her legs in and struts forward, hanging from one of the stalks that kind of comes up like a spike towards the back of what would be the head, is a wicker basket of apples. And as Charlotte scoots forward, you can tell that she's moving a little bit slower than you're used to. And then you hear the familiar giggling of a very old gnome that you know as Grandpa Otto. And she's just, you gonna do good today? And his spectacle is already hanging out, and he's kind of like tilting over your shoulder.
I'm gonna try, Grandpa.
Don't sweat it. You're gonna be just fine. Okay?
Still nervous.
It's understandable. Things are gonna be just fine. You're a very smart girl. Most of which I think you get from me.
Probably.
But you've got your parents' determination. You're gonna be okay. And he kind of wraps his arms around you. You hear the heavy footfalls of your Uncle Nick, about 5 foot tall dwarven man, long braided blonde beard. Well, your grandfather's gonna be up on the wall, but send his regards. Why am I doing that accent? I don't know.
So internally, Tabby wants to make the joke, "Oh, who's this handsome fellow?" But she's too introverted to say it out loud.
Just kind of murmurs it.
Yeah. So just go over and give Uncle Nick a hug.
Mm-hmm. And as you give him a hug, now you feel his large, meaty hand. He kneels down. Your grandfather wanted me to give you this. And he pulls out of his pocket a braided, somewhat rough around the edges bracelet, about enough of a size to be your necklace. And while you're not fluent in the language, you recognize the halfling word for heart. And he ties it around your neck.
Go ahead.
Just give everything you got, sweetheart.
I'm gonna try. I'm more nervous that we don't know what the test will be. They haven't told anyone.
There's a slight shuffle from your mom, who is a professor at the academy. But mostly part-time. She does every other class block. You'll know that they do roughly 1.5 hour classes, four different classes, with a lunch break in the middle of the four. And there's a whole manner of different classes. She tends to teach world affairs, which is a second and third block class. He walks forward. Well, I know I've already got a substitute for the third block. because your third and fourth block are going to be spent with your assessments today.
You're gonna be there?
I'm going to be there.
Okay.
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 Your father's already messaged me saying that once he's done, he'll beeline it back from Gem Run as soon as he can. Everything's gonna be just fine, okay? And there's that warm embrace, scratching your hair.
I just absolutely melt. I mean, I'm a mama's girl.
Yeah. And it's as she's hugging you that you hear the chiming of the cuckoo clock that your father has made that's sitting up in the above the fireplace in the mantle, as you're going to be late.
Oh, I have to go, like, now.
Otto chimes in like, come on, sweetie, we'll push past the reporters. And the two of you hop onto Charlotte.
Out the door.
Out and just gone out the door. As you burst through the front door, you'll see that there's about 3 or 4 different reporters. They all kind of begin to shout, trying to get your attention. But if you want to stop, otherwise,
no, I'm late.
yeah. So you barrel through the reporters. They kind of dive out of the way. You hear one of them just get a good luck, and they move over to help up one of their associates who's just skinned up their whole leg. You zip past an old man carrying a large, pulling a large cart with using a donkey, which is full of apples. You would know that as Old Man Jenkins, who just made a delivery.
The apples are delicious.
Good luck. You hightail it around towards the main strip to crank that left right here, and I will need a dex save from you.
Oh boy. Okay. Dex save. Hey yo, nat 20 for 25.
All right. You've been late a few times, leading to moments like this where you're hauling ass through the city. You kind of lean into the turn and grip onto Otto. Don't worry, sweetie. As they're stomping along, you can see his spectacle just appearing from the front of his head, like out to the side and back, because he uses it to examine different gems. Charlotte's just got enough to make it to my shop. We'll keep it moving, and you'll have to tuck and roll. At this point, the villagers are scattering, trying to get out of your way. Move, move, move! And with that nat 25, I won't have you roll again. But the rest of you, as you're all making your way up the front steps to the college grounds, if you aren't already there, you see a brass blur of a spider keeping pace with what would be human sprinting speed, as a goblin just tucks and rolls and slight bit of dust and dirt. We'll go down the line. So Silence, go ahead and describe yourself.
Me? Okay. Silence is she's dressed in silk. She's not very tall, about 5'3", but probably taller than some others. But she's got very long dark hair, and she keeps playing with it, kind of like petting the back of it and scratching the back of her neck a little bit. And every time somebody comes up behind her. So, and as the spider's coming up the stairs, she just kind of turns, steps out of the way, and holds down the back of her hair, and just watches. Her her eyes are they're gold in color,
Mhm.
and they're probably about as brassy as that spider is, actually. And she just shakes her head at this point. It's I'm assuming this is to be expected behavior.
We'll get to the intelligence checks, but this has happened a couple times throughout the past year.
Okay, so it has happened before.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's fairly typical.
Okay. And she's dressed in green and gold, and majority is black and gold, but there are hints of green.
Okay.
But her clothes are not common around here. It's like they're handmade.
Okay. Hemo, if you want to describe what you look like.
Well, as I mentioned before, he is a half elf, and I just have, combed down my red hair as best I can, because, Mother always says, even in a fight, you have to look at least presentable at the beginning. What happens after doesn't matter.
Love
And,
that philosophy.
I just have my favorite green shirt, and I put some armor because, for all I know, this exam could involve a fight.
Mm-hmm.
And better be prepared.
Absolutely. You can feel the presence of your dwarven mother in the armor. She was up late last night, making sure all the leather straps were tightened into place and well fitted for you. Renan, if you would like to describe how you look to the party.
So I'm an average height elf, light, fairer skin, dark brown hair. She's carrying lots of stuff. She's got a large feather that's kind of attached to her earring, and she's just got kind of a large book that she uses to write stuff down in. She's pretty plain looking otherwise, and she has a very serious, almost resting bitch face. Sorry.
But as the college bells begin to chime, I will need intelligence checks from everybody to get as you're beginning to rush up to the front steps to gather for this assembly that's been scheduled at the front of the campus.
Great intelligence.
Straight intelligence.
I got
That's
an
what
at
you're
20, so 23.
Say 26.
Oh, okay.
I only got a 19.
I get a 19 as well, but I kind of attribute that to the fact that I'm late and rushing.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so with those checks, as you guys kind of gather, you don't necessarily cluster close to one another, but seeing everybody push forward and catching glimpses of each other, Tabby, you would know with that check. Silence is actually a transfer student from overseas. You know it's Rudani, but you're not sure which portion. And they're actually, their parents are actually fairly new to the area, but are silk traders. With that check, you would pick up from Hemo that while he is a fraternity brother and does regularly spend nights on campus or at the frat house, he's also an up-and-coming star, being the lead in the recent month of your mother's school play. And you would definitely know Renan with that check.
Do sororities and fraternities have like equal parts though?
Yeah.
Okay. And this world they do.
It's just, it's just he's a frat boy that happens to be a theater kid, which you find
Fair enough.
kind of odd, at least
Absolutely.
to your perspective. You definitely know Renan though. With you being the head of the class, your only fault being practical application of arcane somatics. Because of how your magic tends to operate. You lead the pack in pretty much every class, with the exception of that. And she is right on your tail. She's your academic rival.
Friendly rival or otherwise?
She's stern. Let's just put it that way.
Okay, gotcha.
Very
So
blunt.
more or less the polar opposite of me.
Yeah, more of the pushing the eyeglasses up. You got work to do, but I acknowledge it this time. Type of behavior.
Gotcha. Generation 1 of Pokemon, got it.
Oh yeah. Every anime character with glasses. You three, with your checks on Tabby, obviously head of the class. You would know that she actually is rather smitten with another prodigy 1 year ahead of you guys, who is also younger by comparison to his class. And she has this odd, quirky habit of when she tries to identify arcana, whether it be her chaotic nature or her somewhat chaotic nature, she tends to try to identify things by smelling it. So like she'll kind of like sniff the air. At least that's how the rumor goes. None of you have seen it firsthand because you're all from different classes. What is it? And with that check, in regards to the upper class boy, he's a prodigy of the Zanhorn family, who moved into town after the events that took place in Valmore 5 years ago, or close to 5.5, 6 years ago now.
So, yeah, I'm gonna be like kind of stealing glances, but not like full blown like. I'm not gonna be like staring him down. Just sort of just glance.
Yeah. You would have, between the group, you probably would have had a little bit more run-ins with Renan, only because with wizardcraft and artificy being so closely tied to straight knowledge, you've probably shared 1 or 2 classes in the first semester. But as you're all kind of sizing each other up, you see a couple of the other first years kind of readying themselves. A couple of them have already gotten a little confident and are wearing their school uniforms, which is meant to be worn after the commencement. You see Headmistress Sanal make her way up the steps to a podium. Behind her, being wheeled in on a chalkboard with a sheet over it, is a couple of the other professors. And she looks out over everyone. As you know, the assessment this year has been a closely guarded secret. And what we've decided to come up with this year, amongst not only here, but the school board across Diamond the Diamond Empire is we want to make all of you as ready for life as possible. That's our responsibility as students and as parents.
As
So-
teachers and as parents, as teachers and as parents.
What was that?
You said that's our responsibility as students. It's
Oh, my God. Yeah, it's been a day, guys.
yeah. You've had
Really
a
don't
rough
need to
day.
be having. It's the responsibility of teachers and parents to make sure that you all as students are ready for what's to come. So we've decided to have a lottery of sorts. And you can hear some murmurs amongst the roughly 40 first years, as it being a smaller class in terms of overall attendance throughout the year, because a lot of people have been migrating through the city. People have been coming and going. There's been a couple dropouts, transfers. What we've decided is what we've decided to do is pair you all up with members of your class that we feel that you would be most acclimated to in some regards. We're looking to attest your adaptability, not only in the classroom, but as if you were all coming across each other in your travels and being put in a predicament. And she nods to the professors that have pulled the chalkboard in. What you all will be doing is going with your classmates amongst your teams to classes that none of you have been enrolled for, to better adjust yourselves to the world, get yourselves a more diverse knowledge so that you can be as ready as possible. I'll now be reading off the teams, the classes you'll attend. These students will be the ones you remain with for the day throughout your entire assessment, and who you will be boarding with for the remainder of your time here. And now, and you can hear some snickering among some of the sorority sisters from the upper classes who are now gathered on the balconies and outer edges of this central area. And before any of you get any ideas for parties with boys and girls, the boys will be separated.
Damn it.
Fair enough. Emil just says with a roll of his eyes.
Brennan just goes, great.
And as she begins to announce the teams one by one, team 1, team 2, you can hear some cheers, you can hear some worried murmurs as they all begin to gather, and being brought to their different classes. Team 8, H. Leodin, S. Shaled Crags, R. Torren, T. Ribald. You will be taking obscure monstrosities of the Western worlds and world affairs.
Obscure monstrosities.
Huh.
And as you all kind of gather closer to the podium, you can see a rather timid-looking human with maybe a little bit of an ancestry as years come to more of a point. Sandy brown hair with a bit of blonde highlight. Glasses, long robe that's dark green, to more fit the coming of spring and summer. You all recognize Professor Patrick Pelrick. who is actually from Advalor. He does speak with a slight accent, which I will not be portraying.
So what style of accent?
Okay.
Very, very, very Irish.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Question.
Hmm.
And my character, in regards to my character.
Do you want to make a check on him?
Yes.
History.
History?
Yep.
Natural 20.
Natural 20 for a total of?
History is... I'm gonna find it. It's only another +2.
Yeah, with that nat 20, you would have remembered the Pelric family from Advalor. Fairly up there in terms of nobility. You would remember rumors of a black sheep amongst the family that was actually ostracized for his lack of faith within the country of Advalor.
Okay.
And ultimately wound up here. Picture a heavily Irish Newt Scamander. Very timid, has a fascination with nature, and monsters as a whole. Steps forward, and there's a slight bow, and his hands have not left his chest. Like they're still kind of like clutching the edges of his robes as he kind of fiddles with the lapel. Well, right this way. And he very not so bluntly kind of brings his arm out to gesture you guys down the hall. Sarah?
Yeah.
If you wouldn't mind, I've got an ambiance for you.
Okay.
Go ahead and put that on loop. This is the first ambiance from Michael Gelfi Studios, Mage Tower.
Alright, let's do this. I'm just gonna stop Nero. Alright, there you go.
Okay. Might need to turn it up a little bit. It's a fairly faint track.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. 1 second, folks. While I choke. Okay. So as you all make your way towards the western side of the college, one moment, here, you can see that the familiar ivy is still crawling up into the pillars. The dark woodwork, you can almost still smell the wood stain on it. A very old building. As you begin to head south along the edge, cut further west, and you can see that rather than bringing you all to a classroom, he's bringing you to one of the western parks, a small grass area just on the outside of the Capitol, the college building. And he makes his way down the steps. Well, this is a shock to some of us as well. But what do any of you know about Rudanian creatures?
That's a broad topic, Professor.
Are there any that you would feel you'd like to know about? I have a couple in mind if you want to get an idea of what Rudania is like.
Am I roughly from that sector?
I'm sorry.
Am I roughly? Is my character roughly from that part of? Or
you
not quite?
In terms of the more, you would have a decent knowledge of the desert monstrosities that were rumored around your village, being
Right.
up in the central mountain, just to the west of being roughly central in Advalor.
Okay.
You would remember that the acolytes of Gustris have recently, at least had recently, been trying to reach your village. You're not sure, because of when you had left, you're not sure if they ever did, if it was ever reciprocated. You would have a bit understanding of the desert monstrosities and some mountainous ones. Jungle ones, which seems to be his fancy, given just his overall aesthetic, you wouldn't have much of a clue,
Okay.
with how secluded you were. Do any of you have... You know what? We'll just bring this into a quiz, and he'll kind of lean forward. Quite frankly, you're the only ones that were left, and they didn't want to give me a team. Professor Pelric has a reputation of putting his kids to sleep.
Oh, great.
We'll make sure not to let them down, or you down, Professor.
Thank you. Well, being from Rudania and from the capital of Advalor, I've always had a fascination with the jungle, being mostly used to the desert. I haven't seen much woodlands. So I was wondering if you all know what this creature is. And you watch as he begins to mutter a slight incantation in Elvish. And as the grass kind of billows at his feet, in between you and him, you watch as green light begins to coalesce and shape into what looks like some kind of kitten.
Do I know what that is?
Anyone who wants to make one, give me a nature check.
I think I'm going to.
Do I know what he said?
Yeah. In Elvish, it was some form of illusion magic, higher, very, very high end.
That's an 18 on my end.
Email
18
is
for
on mine.
nature.
Yep.
Nature, you said?
18 for nature.
Oh, nature.
While we go through this, I'm going to go ahead and run an ad break. It really wants me to run one.
Okay. Let me know when it's all set.
23.
Yeah.
23. Okay. 18, 23. Hemo silence.
23 as well.
23 and 21. Okay.
Oh, I'm not able to force one to run, but it wants me to run one in 2.5 minutes.
Okay. Well, let me know when it starts, and we'll take a quick pause. With those checks, you would recognize that this is in fact an illusion of an infant displacer beast. Relatively smooth fur to the body, tiny little tails that kind of curl up into what looks like flowers, but still very much the tendrily flesh of the creature. You would know at this particular age that they aren't capable of what they're known for quite yet. They tend to have some training, or need to be a little older before they're able to.
You said it's a displacer beast kitten?
Yes,
Gotcha. So, yeah,
an illusion of one, but yes.
I'll raise my hand.
Tabby.
That's a displacer beast at a juvenile, but will be a displacer beast.
That's right. And he'll look to the other three. Do you know what fully grown displacer beasts are capable of?
Hemo just gives out a shudder.
A
Brennan
relocation.
raises her hand.
And
Hold on. One at a time.
Sorry.
Hemo?
relocate. Sorry, go ahead.
Hemo just gives out a shudder, but he doesn't answer.
Okay.
Brennan raises her hand.
Renan?
They kind of use illusions to kind of displace themselves from where they actually are.
That's correct. There tends to be some disagreement in terms of range. On average, experts estimate it's about 30 feet. And he kind of points to roughly about that tree over there. And you'll see as he kind of points his finger, another little kitten appears up in the branches, just kind of gently licking at its paw. How are we looking on that ad break? Because I know it's coming.
About 7 seconds, but go ahead because the VOD won't have the break in there. It's only on Twitch.
Fair enough.
So we're gonna go ahead and go.
All right.
Kyla does not raise her hand. She just kind of walks around Professor and just because she is like uncomfortably close in some spaces.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of just she's awkward. She's awkward when it comes to space. So she's just like muttering under her breath about the displacer kitten, and then looking briefly only to where the other one's at, and just kind of jumping up and down and nodding and being weird.
Huh.
But was smiling nonetheless, and says like, I never got a chance to see one. I don't usually live in the forest. It's nice to see one.
Well, here, if you'll take a moment, and he'll watch as he scoops it up by its scruff and then begins to cradle it and brings it over to you. You can see that now that his sleeves have rolled up a little bit, he has had contact with creatures in the past that have had a less than pleasant disposition about him being around, as there's a couple scars on his arms. But as he brings the illusion of this displacer kitten up to you, you can actually it almost feels warm as he gently places it in your arms. And even though you can't feel the purring sensation, you can see its jowls just slightly flickering. And it kind of brings a pause to you.
She tries to mimic the purring.
Give me a performance check.
Oh, it's not perfect, but it's a 16.
16. Okay. Given its illusion, it does react kindly to your purring, as your attempted purring. As it kind of puts its hands onto your lapels and just kind of like begins to like knead its claw through your shirt. You could feel the illusion. While it does push into the fabric, because it's illusion, it doesn't pierce, but you could still get that scratching sensation from those little scritches as it begins to knead you. And as you kind of like take this moment to yourself, what's most important to remember about these creatures, you begin to kind of like wander back around the party, is they like to be ambush predators. I need composure checks from the other three. So
Okay.
Renan, Hemo, and Tabby. Straight D20.
Oh, okay.
17.
Mm-hmm.
17.
Okay.
The first natural one of the day.
Oh.
Oh, this is gonna be good.
Yeah, you watch as he says that they like to be ambush predators. The other illusion had shifted into an adult one and pounces at the three of you as it passes through his body. Tabby and Hemo, you kind of take a step back, but you're able to compose yourself. Renan, you almost shriek and kind of compose yourself, but you can hear the flapping of birds' wings as a couple begin to fly away from a nearby tree.
Am I on the ground?
You are not on the ground.
Okay.
You are definitely scared, and you will take a disadvantage on your next check
Hooray!
within the next half hour in world. As this larger adult one kind of prowls around you, you can see that there's that faint there's that faint light coming from the tendrils. As you can see, again, because it's an illusion, it's not perfect. You can see it imitating its own illusion that Pelric has put where it would be, as the two kind of prowl around you all.
After that,
Go ahead.
I'm still afraid, but I pull my feather off and it morphs into like my full size like scribe's quill, and I'm starting to write stuff down in my notebook.
Okay. And he begins to go on this lecture regarding displacer beasts, how they tend to hunt in packs of 2 or 3, sometimes a little more, sometimes on their own. And this is when you start getting picked up on some information in terms of, as he begins to mutter about, there tends to be ones even stronger than some adults, and that kind of piques everyone's interest.
Really?
What do you all know about Dramera?
I'll raise my hand.
Tabby.
The Beast Queen. She's known as the Wildling in Rodonia.
That's right.
One of the deities.
Now, what do you know about some of her more favored creatures?
She loves displacer beasts.
That's correct, but there's something more. Go ahead and everyone give me a religion check.
I'll go.
That is a natural 20 for a 25.
I am rolling high today. What do you say it was for again?
Religion.
That is a 21, boss.
All right.
I got a natural 20, but only +2, so 22.
Okay. Renan.
So, disadvantage.
Religion. Yep. Religion disadvantage.
So I got an 11 and a 19, so 15.
Okay, it's not bad. Renan, you would remember that, as Tabby had mentioned, the favored beast of the jungle by Dramera is, in fact, a displacer beast. And as you guys are kind of racking your brains, trying to go through anything you might have come across in terms of their religion, you all remember 2 words: Fey displacers. And Tabby, you'll have already caught on this with this nat 20, but one of the adults, as it has prowled around, the muscles are more exaggerated and apparent in the illusion, almost to the point that it looks like it's comprised of vines. The eyes have begun to glow slightly, and there's actually a third tail, what looks to have a flower petal, or a flower bulb on the end.
I'm kind of like a lean into the illusion. Can I do a check to determine if it actually is an illusion?
Give me an Arcana check.
Oh man, these dice are gonna get you in trouble. That is a 19 plus 7.
Okay, so 26. As you begin to kind of study it, kind of get a little closer, you feel that warmth coming from it. And then you feel its breath. Professor Pelric smiles. I'd like you all to meet Shas. And she just kind of plops onto her belly.
Emil's like, wait, it's real?
It's real, and she's beautiful.
Wow. I'm speechless for once.
Retta's staying far away. Sorry.
Am I still holding the kitten?
Yeah, you're still holding the kitten. The kitten is an illusion. This one is not.
So I set the illusion down and just get up close to that displacer and just stare at it with her own eyes. With her, hers are also Silence's eyes are. If you stare long enough, they don't blink properly.
Mhm.
They kind of blink sideways. And she's just kind of just, you know how I'm not sure what movie this is from, but how an alien would look at a person for like the first time, or a human, or vice versa. She's
Yeah, that
just
like
looking
slight
at
head
it.
tilt.
Yeah. And with the alien blink on top of it.
Oh yeah. But yeah, as you all get this very rare encounter, he goes on to explain how true people who truly appreciate nature will tend to come across these Fey displacers maybe once in their life if they're lucky. And he talks about how after he was ostracized when he was about 15, so roughly 20 years ago for him, that he was banished to the northern lands of Rudania, and came across Shas in a cave, injured, needing care, and that was what set him down the path of appreciating nature. And you all just kind of like get lost into Shas's eyes, and he smiles. And now you know why some of my classmates tend to fall asleep, because she likes to play pranks. Come! And she disappears, and you can see a trail of green disappear into his cloak.
I was like halfway in the process of like trying to reach out to give her a pet, but it's okay.
And as Shas disappears, the other two illusions disappear. And as you hear the bells chime to signify the transition from the first class block to the second, he's like, well, I did have something else planned. Long story short, there's some that tend to believe the Underdark is being corrupted, is corrupting the Northern Lands, or vice versa. I personally haven't seen much. But, yes. Good luck in your next class. I believe it's World Affairs with Lena Ribalt. And he kind of eyes you, Tabby.
Thank you, Professor, for this amazing show. I would like to meet her again another time, perhaps.
Of course.
Yeah, thanks, Professor. Had a really good lesson today.
I'm glad you all enjoyed it.
Silence turns to him and then just lets. She's been covering up her own accent from her region, and lets it roll in the very, very pronounced thank you.
Yeah.
And then
for the others, there is in a way, a noticeable lisp on the TH of thank. you that comes from Silence. More akin to a hiss.
So, like, sunk you.
Interesting.
But as you all begin making your way to World Affairs, which is on the second floor in the northeast corner, about here, you all begin shuffling amongst the classes, and they're already talking. Some people are, bored. This is boring. This is what I signed up for. A couple of are ecstatic. And it's through this hurried rush, Tabby, you feel a slight shoulder bump and someone slip a piece of paper into your hand.
I'll take a look at it, and like she's doing like that, like, like in how I did in high school, like cupping the strap of the backpack, kind of like head down, don't want to bother anybody.
Mm-hmm.
But take a look at that paper.
It's a small folded piece of parchment with a heart crudely drawn on the side of it, and you quickly open it up. Recognizing the handwriting, you recognize it as Doros Zanhorn's.
You like hurry to a corner.
You rush over to the corner. Go ahead and give me stealth for perception.
Base perception or roll for perception?
Just perception for the three of you. Stealth for Tabby.
26.
26.
Oh, I wasn't really interested in following her.
What was that?
Oh, I wasn't planning on following her.
Oh, you're not following her? Okay, so Silence, are you planning on following her?
She's interested.
Okay.
I guess if she's gonna watch where she goes, and then just if it looks interesting, she got 26.
And that's the thing, I'm under 3 feet tall.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's what I need. I need perception checks from you guys.
26.
26, okay.
11.
Renan, oh no, yeah. While you don't see Tabby leave, you do notice that Silence kind of diverts slightly. Pauses. Kind of looks around. And while it's not quick enough to get the gist of what's going to happen, you kind of find her on the end of this exchange. Silence. You do see Tabby coming back out, like her. But Tabby, with a quick read of the note, you kind of scurry away and look at it. It's a quick note that says, "Good luck today in your assessment. I'm hoping I can see you tonight. I want to talk with you about something." And there's that slight giddy feeling, and you kind of look at the promise ring that he put on your right pinky.
Fold up the note, kind of look around and tuck it away.
Yeah. It's as you tuck it away that you realize Silence is looking at you curiously, almost like she was with Shas.
I'll just sort of like head down, use the hair to cover the face, and hurry on to class.
Okay. As you all begin to scurry over to the World Affairs class, with that perception, Shas, because you get, or not Shas, Silence, because you got above a 25, you would notice that the tips of Tabby's ears, which are a little bit bigger than normal for a goblin, that kind of droop down, there's a slight little bit of red from embarrassment or infatuation, some kind of emotion that's got her a little flustered, but she's bottling it all up.
And she's just going to flat out say, because she's very blunt in her expression, is like, "Why are your ears so red?"
I I don't know what you're talking about. My ears aren't red. It's
There, she just looks at her in confusion, and then just lets it be.
your ears are red.
Joy noticed that she's still got like her head down and stuff.
Yeah, tends to be your general posture. While she does converse here or there, very sporadically, with Tabby living off campus, she's not as close with the other students as most of the others are. So it's more of a habit for her to just head down, backpack over the shoulder, if you will.
Ren just kind of says, if you look up, you'll be less likely to get bumped into like that.
I don't mind.
She just goes, whatever, and just continues on.
And
Okay.
Nemo's just walking, completely oblivious to the fact that his group are mostly gone.
Okay. Since you've got a good head start because they kind of deviated slightly, as you're kind of getting to the classroom, you notice that Professor Abald isn't there yet. So you're just kind of like meandering, like kind of close to the door. What's your passive perception?
All of
My
us?
passive is
Just Hemo.
my passive is 15.
15. Right. All right. You do catch a group of students very faintly amongst the footsteps. You do hear them mention Team 8 and then laugh.
He wonders and then approaches them.
Approaching it, it's just a smattering. There's mostly human. There's an elf with them. The elf is the one that made the remark. A bit bulkier than average. Good lord.
Question: is my group teammates?
Your teammate, yes.
Okay.
Oh, 1 second while I mute up really quick. Is this? Come on. One moment, folks.
Okay.
So while we're waiting,
Mhm.
all of you out there, how's everybody doing? You enjoying so far?
Okay. So,
Okay.
um,
At that
you
point,
would.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
go ahead. No, you go first.
Yeah. So approaching this group, you would remember these being read off as Team 6. God, hold on, folks. God.
It's okay, Brinkle. So, I just want to point out to everyone in chat, there's a very special guest out there. I won't say their name, but I want you to know that I love you. I love you more. That's gonna set chat on fire. Who is it? Who is it? Okay, so let's see.
I do want to apologize for Ren.
Oh no.
She can be a bit.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine.
Sorry if I'm being a bit more quiet.
Again, it's just the characters that we're playing.
Yeah.
Tabby is very quiet, reserved, sort of like really shy and introverted. She's got a house full of people, but when she's at school, she's never alone. So, despite being an introvert, she tends to stay really quiet and alone at school because that's the only place she can be. I mean, she's got 2 rambunctious brothers, as we saw earlier.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I roll a perception check on the bulky one?
1 second, because I hadn't gotten to. Yeah, the bulkier one is the one that you definitely caught saying whatever remark it was. But if you want to size him up, go ahead and give me an insight.
Okay. Insight. That's just a 17.
Okay. You don't remember. You do remember that this was Team 6. You don't remember which name this person, this gentleman referred to, reacted to, rather. But you get, from that insight, you get the feeling that he's definitely feeling a bit high and mighty, even more so as an elf. With his other team members, they're fairly well balanced. And he kind of looks to you as you approach. Oh, what's wrong? You don't have enough strength in your team? You want to join ours?
Oh, no, it's not that. I just couldn't help but look at your mouth. Quick question. Did you botch a boil-inducing a spell, or did you go to last week's frat party and have some fun with William Fleetwood?
Let me give him a... Let me give him a check. Nope. That's not very good composure for an elf. You see him, you hear the... Yeah, hold on. Actually, beforehand, give me a performance check at advantage.
Oh, advantage?
Yeah.
Oh.
You caught him off guard. What's the total? Oh.
That is a 26, my guy.
Oh, jeez. Okay. You, as you kind of step forward and say this, you can watch his other 2 teammates kind of tuck their faces behind their hands and scratch their nose, trying to stifle a chuckle. God, that was a bad composure check. He kind of looks around. All right, listen here, you little. And as he pulls back his fist, you watch as the bracelet that is on his hand begins to animate, and he gets pulled back, so like he's almost in a wind-up pitch, and you hear a voice from behind you. hope it's better that you. I hope it's yeah. I expected better of you. That was a terrible accent. I apologize. As you kind of turn around, you look. You don't see anyone at first until just at the base of your vision, you see a very familiar plume of long blonde hair, with a rather stern expression. Her eyes are glowing, crackling with a little bit of arcana. You better find a better place for that, dear. And you watch as her eyes drop and his hand gets shoved into his pocket.
See, his is
Best be
red
off.
too.
So, what was that?
See, his ears are red too.
Yeah, you three who catch the very back end of this engagement, you see that this elf is very, very flustered. One of the humans that was traveling with him is just roaring with laughter as Team 6 gets noticeably shooken up.
I end up flinching for a moment before I looked at him and was like, oh wait, you're the one laughing? Oh, thank the gods. I thought I all managed to break in.
All right, that's enough. And you turn back around and Professor Bald is grinning. Come
My
on.
I'm glaring
apologies.
at the other elf. Sorry.
My apologies, Professor Bald. My mother told me that you only use your fists or weapons during an actual combat situation, but other than that, you use your words.
My uncle would appreciate those words. Come on. And
I
the
just
four of you
follow
are
her.
the four of you are shuffled into the class, and you notice that now that you've rounded the corner and actually entered the classroom, there's actually another team that you would recognize as Team 2.
I set down a couple of books from my other classes and used those as a step stool to get into my desk.
Yeah. But as you all sit down at the sit down at your desks, there's a brief moment where your eyes connect with your mother's, Tabby. And which just that brief understanding, that quick glance. You get the sense that it's more of a let's let the others show off a bit. And she gives you a confident wink, like she already knows you know your stuff. Being home, essentially being schooled and homeschooled.
I'm just kind of smiling, just like it's kind of like that shy smile where it's like, she'll kind of start dipping her head down, sort of like give a cheeky grin, like there's still some Ribald in there.
Oh yeah.
But she'll gather her books, gather her notebooks, writing utensils, things like that, and just get ready for the class, right?
Okay. Yep. All right. Well, good evening. Or evening, jeez. Yep, one of those days. Good morning, class. Come on. Y'all, come on. Work with me.
Good morning, Professor
morning.
Bald.
There we go. Just two quick questions and we'll get into today's class and subject for today. What do you all know of the return of Wildera? I need intelligence checks for the three
Intelligence
of
or
you.
history?
Intelligence. This is a very recent news.
Natural 20.
Are you serious right now?
16.
16, okay.
I love it when the
Pass
dice work
that.
with you.
Yep.
Renan?
8.
Oh,
I didn't need to, but I still rolled just for funsies, and I got a nat 20.
oh my god. Jeez, Renan, you're letting her pull away.
Renan sticks. It actually makes sense. Renan buries her nose in books. She stays on campus and stays in the library. She doesn't know about recent events.
No, yeah, not at all. you would know that the return of Wildera is in reference to a phenomenon that sprang up about 5 years ago. Rain. Yeah, about 5 years ago, where people were coming through the gates of of Gemrun, the city keep in the Fractured Peaks. They were actually coming through in droves to the point where the gates had to be shut, and they had to be stopped for questioning. And it was found out that members of the Canvas Garrison, which is the armies to the east, now being commanded by Alistra Silver, have recently been coming. They've recently been coming across these groups of people that were actually members of the Canvas Garrison over the course of many different time periods in the past couple hundred years. What is that?
Sorry.
It's ambiance.
There's Renan's head right now. It would be the returned is the individuals coming from Wildera. They are former members of the Canvas Garrison that have miraculously come back to life. Tabby, you would remember that your grandfather was one of these individuals. And Wildera as a whole, just recently, which was just recently released in news, is actually an entire separate continent, far east of what used to be what were the estimated known borders of Zadalith before the Veil had taken over. And it was revealed that while the returns were members of the Diamond Empire across the last couple centuries, not all of them came back. They're still trying to work out some sort of criteria as to figure out what was the cause. But there are what are now known as Wilderans, which are familiar races, tiefling, human, halfling, that all have some level of increased Fey exposure. Whether they tend to have more bark across their skin, their eyes tend to be odd colors, much more Fey, for lack of a better term, in appearance. And the Wilderans occupy the entirety of this continent that's been discovered, that was within the Veil, as well as the lands east of the Fractured Peaks, on the eastern half of Zadalith. Well, let me address some rumors. Yes, my father was one of these returned. Do any of you have theories as to what may have been the cause?
Emo just shakes his head.
Ren surprisingly does the same.
Tabby's letting everybody else show off.
If you guys... Go ahead.
I said, would any of us know through the through schooling or just media?
Through theories, you can either give me nature, arcana, or religion.
Nature, arcana, or religion.
Oh, and I had forgotten to mention, my apologies, because you had that nat 20 silence.
Yeah.
You would remember that there was actually a political squabble between the Canvas Garrison and a volunteer company of soldiers from Advalor that got a little heated, and that there was actually a fight, and it's left to not necessarily bad blood, but it's slight political unease between the two nations.
Okay. Will any of that matter with my?
No. Except check
Okay.
is entirely
Be 22.
22. Which one did you go with?
Of Arcana.
Arcana. Given the mystery of the veil that encompass most of the eastern lands, some people theorize that the veil was some sort of gate to an alternate plane, or was laid over top of the material plane. So in a way, at least what you could possibly get an idea of is there was another plane in its entirety within the veil. As a possibility.
And she just kind of stutter. She doesn't stutter this, but just does. I don't know how to explain awkwardness other than just bluntly saying it.
Yeah. And it stumbles over the words, kind of pauses here and there, trying to find the...
Question for you, Jen. First off, would Lena know? And would she have told Tabby?
Lena would know the cause by now, and she would not have told Tabby.
Copy that.
But yeah, as you kind of get these words out and try to form it, it's not so much that, while it is a little bit of your awkwardness, and you're definitely getting close to fluent in Common, with Zadalith in Common, that's almost what is your biggest pause. But as you get your theory out, there's a slight pause and a smile. Very good silence. That is one very good possible theory.
And she kind of looks around a little bit and shrugs her shoulders and just listens.
Do any of you know the stories of the creatures that were between the eastern walls and the edge of the veil? I need history or nature. Silence at disadvantage.
Silence at disadvantage. Oh, dang. That would have been a nice roll.
You said history and nature?
History or nature, yeah.
Okay.
That's a 26 on my end.
14 on mine.
16.
on mine. Hey, 16 buddies.
16, and what was yours?
14.
Himo? 14. Okay. While you all would know that were definite horror stories in terms of the types of different monstrosities, it's tends to be inconclusive of what directly caused these monstrosities to change their appearance and shift and take on these forms, these bizarre appearances. And Lena kind of steps back and she gives a quick wave of her hand as the podium moves off to the side. If you all take a moment and quickly rearrange your desks, I'd like to show you all something.
Hamo complies.
As is
Okay.
Ren.
I sort of look at my desk. It's much bigger than I am.
Need some help? Hamo would ask.
I might. Let me actually look
Okay.
through and see what my magic stuff is. I have nothing prepared that can move it for me. Well, actually, mage hand maybe. How heavy is the desk?
More than what the mage hand could do, but you could move your chair.
Okay.
Hemo goes and helps Tabby move the desk.
Okay.
Yep. And I'll get out of my chair, pick up my books, and use mage hand to move the chair. Otherwise, it's going to be way too awkward for me.
Oh yeah. But as you all I personally love this callback. As you all move your desk into more of a semicircle, leaving the middle open. Okay, all right, class. Since you all seem to know a fair amount and have some good theories, I'd recommend you all study up more on world affairs. But as an example of some of the monstrosities and these bizarre creatures that have been popping up, I want you to determine the difference between these two. And as she waves her hand, two large clay vases, about 1.5 feet tall, appear in the space where some of the desks were. So either they were teleported in, or they're an illusion of some kind.
I'm going to take a couple of my pens, or pencils, or whatever I'm using to write with, and throw one at each of those urns, faces, what have you.
All right, give me an attack roll without proficiency.
Okay. So just straight dex.
Just straight dex.
Damn. Bro, I love your dice. And that is
I know that thing's.
And that is a natural 25. These things are busted.
Oh yeah. I honestly, I feel like it'd be a little cheating using it, but
It's
especially since it's gonna be my DM dice.
Yeah, go for it. Like these are good dice. They'll treat you good.
So as you all watch, you can see that as the pens are thrown, there's a slight kind of click to each of Lena's fingers, and you watch as
Tabbies.
not Tabby's, Lena's.
Okay.
As you throw the pen, Lena's hands are still up. You watch as the pot on the right splits and breaks open. Bit of flesh snatches the pen, holding it into space before it lets the pen fall through. The other one hits the pot, and there's a slight worried expression on Lena's face. Everyone, I need you each to pick a number between 1 and 4, and you can't repeat.
3.
Okay.
I took my number. 2.
1.
Tabby, you ready?
I'll go 4.
All right. All right. Who said 2?
Me?
Silence. You all watch as the pot cracks slightly, and a small bit of the porcelain pops off, and there's an eye that appears and kind of glances at you, and you can feel something trying to enter your mind. Silence as the pot shifts, and you all watch as the pot reshapes itself into a member of a city guard from Rudania, draconic armor and appearance, fairly nondescript faces that it's trying to adjust. I need a wisdom save from you, Silence.
No. Okay. Oh, that's awesome. Natural 20. And wisdom save. That's a +2.
+2. Okay.
No.
As you all watch Silence tense up slightly, Lena's face relaxes, and you brace yourself balance and stare it down because you know it was a pop. You know it was a clay plop. Yeah, clay pop beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
You take a deep breath and center yourself. Lena relaxes, and shifts the illusion back into a pot. Would anyone like to tell me what the difference between those two mimics was?
That was fucking scary.
I would need.
roll an intelligence check or something.
This would be. I would say nature.
Okay.
Can I
Or
roll as well?
anyone can roll for this one.
Okay.
19 total.
19. Okay.
25 total.
25.
Dang.
Okay.
Nice.
16.
Silence, what was yours?
17.
Silence. Okay. Lena takes a quick step. Yeah. Oh, don't tell me. Yep, my computer froze. Well, Discord froze. Okay, cool. That's fine. I'm gonna send you something quick, May. As Lena walks up to you, Silence, she takes a deep breath and bows and apologizes. I was not expecting that. But here, those creatures tend to behave erratically. Renan, you remember the name of this thing, and I just sent it to you.
Renan would raise her hand then.
Yes, Renan.
She points to the one that didn't act creepy and says, "That's a regular mimic. That one is something called a psycho mimic."
That's
But
right.
she says it kind of like almost like it's a question because she's barely remembering.
Psycho mimics are a very rare form of mimic. Rather than taking the shape of an object it consumes or just tries to imitate, a psycho mimic, while pretending to be this object, will seize an opportunity to peer into their target's mind and take the shape of what they fear most.
That is scary,
I am
is all
taking
Hemo
notes.
says.
And so as Lena says this, that the bell rings. And Silence. Lena takes a quick extra moment with you and takes your hand and apologizes again. Why don't you come by the house the next couple weeks? Maybe at least once. As an apology, I'd like to make dinner.
She shakes her head and pats her hand. It's like, it's all right. I'm sure to see some scary crud. But I will still take you up on that. You just don't need to apologize.
All of you, hurry off to grab your lunches. Prepare yourselves for your assessments.
Fear most.
Bye, Professor Rebel.
I'll snap the notebook shut and start getting packed up.
But
Hemo
yeah.
Sorry.
No, yeah, go ahead. If you got
I was just saying that
you want to do.
Hemo just grabs his backpack, puts his stuff away, and gets ready to head off, and says a goodbye to Professor Rebel.
She smiles and gives you that familiar nod of approval, like you had just finished up one of your performances and rehearsals. That tongue's getting sharper.
Thank you. My mother would be proud when I tell her about this after school.
Ren kind
But
of
as you all,
passes Lena
ahead.
and says, "I'm eating lunch in the library," and just leaves.
if you're passing Lena or Tabby.
Tabby, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, yeah, I've caught myself in the midst of saying Lena in reference to Tabby.
Is that an invitation?
She's gone. She doesn't even say it.
Yeah, just
Why
kind of
don't
like.
you all
Is that an invitation?
take lunch? Why don't you all take lunch in the library? I'll make sure your food's brought up.
I mean, I was just gonna go to shop. Okay.
Tabby. She kind of takes your hand and smiles. I know you want to get back to the shop. And to any sort of hard seat. Your team's counting on you.
I know, but
Oh, and before I forget, and she takes out a small sack of carved bits of quartz. He left us in bed.
thank you. No, kind of like pocket that.
Don't be afraid to open up. You've got a special gift.
Okay. I don't know what to say.
Well, why don't you tell them about? She kind of points to your wrench that you kind of keep tucked in a belt loop, which you use as your arcane focus. And jiggles that little bag of quartz. Why don't you tell them about how you keep things under control and stay.
Sure. Let's have a little bit of roleplay. You can play them, and I'll play me. This is a wrench. It does wrench things. I'm not good with people, Mom.
I know, sweetie. Okay. For someone who says she's good with people, you seem to fancy that Doros boy quite a bit. And she kind of
I'll see you at lunch. I'll try, okay? I can't promise anything, but I'll try.
Okay. So as you all head out to go grab your lunches, where are you guys having lunch? Library?
I guess so.
I was going to head to where theater usually takes place.
All right. So we got theater. We got 2 votes library, 1 vote theater.
I was gonna head to where she told me to go and just kind of contemplate over the beat in obvious contemplation.
Okay. No. Yeah. All right. So yeah, if you guys don't want to do too much in terms of character roleplay, Renan and Tabby, if you guys want to do a little bit of RP real quick. You'll have made your way to the library.
Okay. That's where I'm going to. It's the library.
Oh, you're going to the library too?
Yeah, because that's where we were told to go.
Oh, I thought you meant. Never mind. All right, so we'll say, Hemo, do you want to take part in a little bit of character roleplay, or you just want to
Sure,
zip
why
on
not?
over? Okay. All right, so yeah, you all make your way over to the library. About 5 minutes later, into the 1 hour break for lunch is when your food shows up. You guys are just trying to relax and begin your prepping any materials or abilities for your assessment.
Sorry, I thought you were done. I know of like Hemo and Silence's like areas that they need help in?
Give me another intelligence check.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Tabby's like behind a bookcase, having pretended to, go and grab a book to read for lunch, and she's just trying to psych herself up.
14.
Charge.
Just both of them are actually above average. Hemo's fairly well rounded. While definitely not failing, he's definitely not exemplary, with the exception of more of the bardic side of his studies.
Sounds about right.
With Silence, she's also fairly well rounded. She has a confidence when it comes to, in a way, a little bit of showmanship, if not mostly like sales, and just being able to grab hold of a conversation and begin leading it. I'd say her one her one weak point was probably PE.
You could say that Hemo is a jack of all trades, master of none, but better than a master of one.
Mm-hmm.
Ren, in that case, Ren just kind of gives, Ren goes and collects some books and just kind of gives Hemo like it's not something that she studied herself, but it's like the underlying magic of bards.
Okay.
Like it's higher level stuff, but it's stuff that she thinks that he could, handle.
Okay.
And for Silence, she noticed that she was pretty interested in the creatures class, so she finds just like an encyclopedia of like Redanian creatures.
Fair enough. Yeah, you all watch it.
She just looks at her, just the books dropped in front of her. It's like, I know half of these.
Well, figure out the other half.
And he was like, "Oh, what's this?" Is what he says when he gets given the book.
Reading material for lunch.
Oh, I was gonna read my script, but thanks.
Now, our lunches, Pringle, are they custom to our character, or are they generic school lunch?
In this instance, it would, as Professor Lena had him sent up to you, there was definitely an effort to make it, while the cafeteria has a wide array of food, much like a college cafeteria does, it's not necessarily extensive, but there's a noticeable extra effort in terms of the personalized meals.
Okay, so hers would appear not very dissimilar, but slightly dissimilar to everybody's.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah.
a majority of the people that are local here.
Yeah. It wouldn't be too noticed with everybody kind of conversing and coming through their books. That wouldn't be able to catch on to it.
Okay, so the wiggle of the worm was not noticed.
Emo just looks at Tyler's like, "Hey, next time you see your mom, can you thank her for me?"
Tabby's not there. She's like hiding behind a bookshelf at the moment.
Oh, then he's like,
still trying to psych herself up. But with that, I'll at least give you the throw you a bone here, and she'll grab a random book off the shelf and come and sit down at the table, joining the other ones. The book that she's grabbed appears to be titled something along the lines of Applications of Magic and Physics.
Very big brainy stuff.
Ren looks at it and goes, and she says this really flatly. She goes, "Maybe that'll help you keep from singeing the next professor's eyebrows."
I never did that. That wasn't me. And she'll kind of like pause and grab the wrench off her belt loop, say, and she'll set it down on the table. I use this. I can't do magic like everyone else. That wasn't me. I can't even do fire.
"That was pretty cool."
Ren kind of, she hovers her hand over the wrench, almost waiting for permission to touch it or even grab it.
I'm just kind of like take the wrench. Sorry, I don't mean anything bad by it. Just it's my first one. I've had it since I was a kid.
Ren shrugs. She pulls her quill again. She goes, and so she has a feather earring, and she pulls the quill, and it lengthens out into the full size quill. It's my magic focus too. I could never get an idea of how to use a lot of the materials, and I didn't want to carry around a bunch of crap.
It makes sense. A lot of materials can be really heavy and cumbersome
And gross.
and gross.
Have you researched what Fireball's made with?
Yeah, that's sulfur and guano, right?
Yeah. You know what guano is?
It's bat poop.
It's bat poop.
It's
So you
bat
got
poop.
smelly bat poop and smelly sulfur, and you put them together
Yeah,
for more smelly fire.
it's just a fiery fart cocktail.
Mm-hmm.
Hamo just laughs at that. that was a good one.
Thank
That
you.
was such a good one.
So, like, Tubby is starting to get a little bit warmed up now that she's, like, made someone laugh.
You know those guys from Team 6?
What was that about?
There was the big guy.
I heard them smack talking about us, but I put that guy in his place. And I'm pretty sure he would have gave me a shiner had your mom not interfered, Tabby.
That's kind of what she does. Interfere. I'm just glad you're okay.
It's nothing. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time my smart mouth got a hit.
Silence is just sitting there listening to everybody's conversation, watching the back and forth. She's nervous, but she's not as nervous. But she still does her odd habit of scratching. And she pulls out a wand from her sleeve. She pulls it up a little bit and sits it on the table, and next to Lena's wrench. And it's childlike in nature. It's very poorly carved snake, or very poorly carved snake like dragon. And sets it on there. It's like, she doesn't know where she's coming with her words, but it's like, we all don't know how to do some stuff. I didn't know I could do anything at all. And
Clearly
then sometimes
you
it just
can.
comes to you.
Yeah.
I just pretend.
And don't worry, I know that common can be difficult to master, but it's coming along. It's a lot easier to understand you than it was when you first came.
Yeah, I got it. Learning a new language. I mean, I've been living with my mom for a couple decades, and I'm still trying to perfect my Dorvish.
I got a pretty good grasp on halfling, but the orcish is still causing problems. I can't gurgle like they do. It's the pronunciations, the accents are a little difficult to get a handle on. So, I kind of get it.
I actually don't have a language Pringle that I should have picked. What is a nice lispy language that I could just use?
Well, you would have
what-
Beastkin. Well, your native one would be Beastkin.
Okay.
And then obviously you picked up Common. I would say you might have gotten a little bit of Draconic because there tends to be some guttural hisses. But I wouldn't say you're fluent in it.
Okay.
So I changed up one of my languages from Celestial to Infernal. And so at hearing that Silence speaks like a different language, she asked, "Is it this one in all of her languages?" Which is Elvish, Infernal, Primordial, and Sylvan.
So
Just
so
like,
as
when Infernal comes up, it's like Debbie's just gonna like stare in horror.
no, yeah, it's like as Ren begins to talk, she's like, "Is it this one?" And there's like elegance with the Elvish, and even more so when it gets into Sylvan, and then it's just ugh, when it gets to Primordial and Infernal.
It was like, okay, no need to show off.
Ren's like actual focus is linguistics. Like, yeah, she's learning to be an Order of the Scribes wizard, but her like focus is learning languages.
Makes sense.
Well, I so far I only have. Well, I have the free language. I could technically pick up the Draconic, but I won't know it as a whole because obviously there's no one here to really. I know basics. Will
No, yeah.
right. She doesn't react to really any of those on there unless you. Yeah, she doesn't really react to any of those.
So,
Dang.
like, in the midst of staring, like some mashed potato just falls off my fork, just causing her to like,
She's
blink
staring
very
too.
quickly. Yeah.
She's. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, because we do got to move it along.
Yeah,
But you all have it's an interesting lunch being three oddballs and Hemo. But you all kind of get feel like you're becoming a little closer through the experience. And as the bell begins to ring, you hear over the school, essentially PA system, which is a bunch of quartz crystals that are pretty much fastened into a megaphone-like speaker that was installed by Toby Ribald.
Why do you pronounce the T in fasten?
I don't know. I feel like crap right now. Anyway, you're all here over the intercom for the first years to regather at the central square of the college with the fountain where the podium was.
I'm actually a bit nervous about these exams, so ladies.
Oh, we're gonna do fine. Don't worry about what Team 6 said.
I'm not worried about what they said. I just meant performance in general.
Well, that's what you're good at.
Sorry about
I
that.
see what you did there. You know, Tabitha Ribald, you're all right.
You got the two top of the class mages with you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess that's.
As you all head down to the square, as you hustle along, you kind of get lined up into your teams. Just off to your guys' right, on the eastern side of the square, you all see Professor Ribald talking with roughly a 5-foot-tall man. Well-kept beard with a little bit of scruff. A little bit. It's become a little bit scruffy. His hair is now pulled back into a wolf's tail, in more orcish tradition. A pale man with a little bit of some small tusks peeking out from the bottom lips. You all recognize the man who was briefly a professor, but has taken on a more interim role, filling in here and there and doing, in a way, seminars that, frankly, don't get too many attendees. And there's a bright smile on his face, and he kind of hunkers down onto his knees, hugs Lena, and as kind of like a group of students kind of move past, you lose sight of him and kind of peek around, and you can see he's holding her back and holding her up into the air, and there's definitely a joyous moment. And as you see him kind of give a nod of reassurance, and he holding an envelope.
Dad?
He hands the envelope. Yeah, you are on the other side of the courtyard from him. He wouldn't hear you that.
Oh, right,
He
but
wouldn't hear.
I can still see him.
Yeah, you do recognize it as your dad. But as you kind of call out to him, he kind of looks, and you would be most familiar with this. His left arm not being attached currently. He only tends to put it on now when he's working and machining and lathing, whatever it may be. But as he's out traveling, he tends to keep it stored. So his left sleeve is folded up and pinned with a bit of brass plating, with a familiar wedding ring kind of acting as the bolt. He sees you, gives you a quick wink, and with that same connection that you had with your mother, you can almost hear him speak out to you. You've got this. Keep your head up. And it's that stern, proud smile.
I just nod and kind of straighten my posture up a little bit.
As you kind of straighten your posture up, you see him vanish, magically teleporting somewhere. You see Lena kind of opens up the envelope. There's just a very, very slight kind of drop in her shoulder, but there's still that wide smile of whatever that recent discussion was. She folds it up and stuffs it into her jacket as the headmaster, the Baron, rather, of the city, Baron Rahom, approaches the podium. Well, I'd like to speak on behalf of the city and say that we all hope you enjoyed your classes today, and much more uniquely off the curriculum it may have been. One by one, your teams will be teleported to your assessment areas. Where you will be facing your trials. Rules are simple. If you are knocked unconscious, it'll be a deduction of points for the team's grade. If you run out of spell slot, out of your casting capabilities through exhaustion, and are forced to retreat, you will fail. Now, this may be an unpopular opinion, but if all teams fail their assessments, all of you will have to retake your first year.
I can now see why it's an unpopular opinion.
Just the entire center just
Ren
like,
goes.
ah.
You hear Ren just say a sharp "what?"
If one team passes, the entire class continues on to their second year.
No pressure. No pressure.
And as the bell strikes noon, you can see quartz crystals can begin to emanate into almost like a projector. Team 1! And it goes on. Team 1, Team 2, 3, 4, 5. Failure, failure, failure. Team 6. Let me give them a roll. Yikes. Team 6 actually fails with the shortest time.
Timo's like, so much for stronger friend, so much for stronger group.
It's kind of poetic if you think about it.
And as the 6th and 7th team goes on, the tension begins to build and almost begins to draw out.
Okay, get ready.
The anticipation builds. 6 fails. 7 fails. So it's now up to your team.
Timo
you all
just
feel-
like,
How many teams are there?
8 teams of
Fuck.
4 or 5.
No pressure.
So
No pressure.
no pressure.
Timo's like, I swear if that guy comes for me, blaming me for
It's in the middle of that sentence that you're all teleported to a random plot in the woods. He was just like, sheesh. And
where are we?
I'll move you guys in a moment.
Ren, after we're teleported, Ren turns to Tabby and just goes, "Don't let everyone else's failures make us fail."
One moment.
This thing goes to you, I think. We got this.
You're starting to get the sense that while Ren is harsh and sort of rude most of the time, she's not actually mean. She just doesn't know how to phrase things nicely.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
She's also, from what you could tell, she's a very young looking elf.
Yeah.
Like you don't often see an elf this young out and about in like non-elven company.
Yeah, they don't got the pompousness down yet.
So her pompousness just comes off as bitchiness.
And he was just whatever. I mean, he may be a half elf, but yeah.
You notice that she hasn't said anything rude about your like actual like backgrounds either, though. She doesn't seem to have the sort of bloodline ideas that a lot of elves do.
Yeah. She's not like classist or anything like that.
She's just terrible at talking.
Bless you.
Thank you. As you all kind of take in your surroundings, you're into an large open field, nestled deep within the woods. Not too far because you can hear the clamoring of the city just to your south. With your passive perceptions, you can see a couple of quartz crystals slowly drifting through the trees. These are the opposite end of these. Nope. These are the opposite end of those projector crystals that you saw in the main foyer.
Okay.
Well,
and you all hear a familiar voice, especially to you, Tabby. Teammate, you recognize the voice of your father, Toby. And you can, as you're kind of looking around, you can see him leaning back against the tree, just to the north.
Yeah.
Your exercise is very simple. Same rules as what Baron Rahom had mentioned. Your only objective, as he mutters an incantation, it passes you each the lowest tier healing potion. Your only objective is to hit a friend of mine in a spot that would be lethal amongst humanoids. And you're looking around and there's nobody else here.
I mean, that should be pretty simple, right? I mean, head, heart, gut. Like there's a lot of.
You hit a lethal shot, you knock off his bark.
Bark.
You succeed. And at that point, you hear a as a large boulder shatters into the earth in front of all of you. You look to
Holy!
your right. You look to the far east. Just coming out of the other wood lines. A large pine tree lumbers forward. Rather kind voice, as a couple small ones that are actually about the size of humanoids lumber out from the trees. Large pine elm-like branches coming off the larger one. It's an old friend of mine from my brief times wandering the Diamond Empire. Elmbeard. And there's a nod from the treant.
You're friends with an ent.
Teammate. There's a nodding smile. And there's that stare, there's that look of, I'll tell you when you get home tomorrow, in terms of, because after the festivities is usually the first night overnight, where you all spend the first night in the dorms to get adjusted and settled. Because in the second year, students are required to be on campus.
Mm-hmm. Carry on.
It's very simple. Elmbeard, for the sake of the exercise, will be pulling some punches. You land a lethal shot. Knock off some of his bark and leave your mark on life. You pass. Begin. And before, as he says begin, there's just as the two smaller ones begin to charge. I need battle music from you, Seraph. Any will do. And initiative.
All right.
I'll move you all over to the battle map.
Well, they definitely don't seem stumped. Hopefully the same applies to us.
No.
That was bad. All right. Well,
I
here's an
bet,
oldie but goldie.
Oh yeah, I forgot I was gonna say some puns.
Yes. I need Tabby, Silence, and Hemo. Go ahead and post them in the Roll20.
Okay. My dexterity is 15.
15. Okay, so that's +2?
Well, the reason it's 17 total, but I'm saying because I got the same as Elmbeard.
Yes. So what's your mod? +2?
+2.
Okay.
And we are rolling for initiative?
Initiative, yep.
Okay.
19 for Tabby Ribald. Very nice. 18 for Silence. Very nice.
I have to get used to not having a 30 initiative roll.
Right? Okay. Why can't I hear the music? Is it just my side?
No, it stopped on my side too. Thank you, Nero. Let's go ahead and get you disconnected and brought back.
I totally don't feel pressured over the fact that I'm going first.
All right.
We're gonna be fine, guys.
Hemo, you're up.
Quick question, John. Are we provided weapons?
Yeah. Whatever your normal. Like you got. I should have mentioned this. You guys are armed when you're on campus.
Okay.
Like you do have your daggers and swords and whatnot because it's part of your class that you have like the rapier for being a bard. Tabby, you're with your more clockwork-esque crossbow.
Speaking of which, I'll go ahead and grab, this seemingly small box out of my bag that I'll click the clasps and it will unfold into kind of a longer crossbow. The bow itself is not like longer like most crossbows. It's a bit shorter actually, but there's a length behind it, so when the string draws back, the tension is much higher.
Yeah. All right. Hemo, you're up. Did I move you guys over to the map? I did.
Yeah, I think so.
You should. All right. You should have control of your tokens. Hemo, you're obviously here. Silence is there. Tabby and Brennan.
I don't know if the map's properly working on my end, but
Should be.
Right here, Hemo.
okay, thanks.
You should have control of your tokens. So go ahead and let me know where you're moving. Let me know what you're doing.
Hold on.
Tabby, you're on deck.
I need to move the map a bit because unfortunately
All good.
my laptop is a bit on the laggy side. Okay. I decided to move a bit closer. And
Okay.
I take out my drum.
All right. You can move yourself anywhere on that map, within your movement range.
Hold on.
I can mark your. You're about 30 feet, so you can go over to these trees. About here-ish.
Okay. I just need to. I'm sorry. My laptop's
Okay.
just-
It's okay. Take your time.
Not everyone's been using Roll20. It's new class, new interface. All good. This is why I wanted to kind of push us way into the combat a little earlier than our last one shot.
That is completely okay.
So 30. Yeah.
So I swapped out color spray for cure wounds because you had not spoken to me about my magic. So yeah, I wouldn't activate color spray. I don't need it right now.
Okay. Fair enough.
Okay. I move closer and, as I said, I take on my drum.
Okay. Yeah, action and bonus action.
Action and bonus. I decide to use one of my cantrips.
What cantrip?
Vicious Mockery.
Vicious Mockery, okay.
The bard cantrip.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what it is, because the bard in C1 didn't use it very much.
Didn't need to. I obliterated everything.
Me. Go ahead. In your spell list, if you click it, you click the little speech bubble, it should bring it into the chat.
Oh, speech bubble.
Yep, click the speech bubble. Okay. Alright, so it needs to make a wisdom save. Alright, how do you viciously mock this living embodiment of nature that has just decided to attack you guys?
I unfortunately can't think of any insults to trees off the top of my head at the moment.
So, hashtag that's a pretty small wooden pecker you got there. What's your DC? Your spell save DC?
DC?
Yep.
Let me see.
I'm assuming you're doing it on the big guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got one if you want to hear it.
Sure.
This is it? Wow, you already have us, as you'll soon be, bored.
And what was your DC,
My actual DC?
Kimo? Yeah, your spell save DC.
14.
14. All right, that's a 16 on the die. Plus, minus, plus 3. Yeah, he passes. So he does not take damage. It does not take disadvantage. You got a bonus action? With all that inspiration you got?
I guess I could give bardic inspiration to Tabby.
All right. Tabby, take a bit of inspiration. God, this is weird. Seraph's getting the inspiration for a change.
I mean, I was able to inspire myself.
Yeah. No, I know, but still, like... Anyway. Tabby, you're up. Silence, you're on deck.
Alright. I probably should have learned something fire-based. And she'll kind of, like, think to herself. And just bring up her crossbow, level up a shot.
Okay.
At the red treant.
Red treant, okay. So not big bad.
Not big bad.
Okay. Make an attack roll, please.
I love your dice. That is a natural 27.
Very nice.
So let's see.
Go ahead and roll damage.
1d8 plus 5. And it rolls everything at once. And in the process of rolling a d20, it rolled 8 plus 5.
Alright, so 8 plus 5. 13 doubled to 26. Okay.
It's 13, yeah. So 26 piercing damage to the red treant.
Okay. Bonus action and movement.
I've never played Artificer, so bear with me for a sec.
That is completely fine.
Especially the subclass.
I've also never played Wizard, so.
Fun fact, actually, for our listeners: Tabby's subclass is something off of the D&D wiki. I can't remember the creator of the homebrew, but I'll have Seraph link the subclass's description in the VOD.
Mm-hmm.
It is called a Chaos Technician.
I don't believe I have any bonus actions that I can use right now,
You
but
should have a class feature.
class feature.
One of those is a BA.
So as an action. Okay. The bonus action that I can see is that weave siphoning.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can choose to re-roll and take the new result, but I got a nat 20. I don't want to re-roll. So
Hold on. No, hold on. Let me look at your sheet real quick.
when a creature siphons a chaos gem in this way, okay, hang on. Rolls damage
Yeah.
or healing for the spellcast, may choose a number of the dice up to your proficiency bonus and re-roll them, taking the new results. As an action, the creature may restore 1 charge to a magic item it touches.
Yeah. Yeah. So giving them is the bonus action if they decide to use it.
Okay. Right, okay. So we don't really have any magic items, we're only level 3.
Yeah. It's more kind of akin to still being bard-esque.
Right.
So it's something a little more used to. It does give that buff with
So
a drawback.
with dealing damage, does it charge that gem that I've got?
Hold on. It should be the gems that your mother gave you, the 2,
Yeah.
are the ones that are used. Me.
Yep, go ahead, do your thing.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so you give the gem to an ally. If they decide to use it, in Crystalline Chaos,
Okay.
as part of your preparation, you would have had it all set up.
Okay, as a bonus action, you may throw a gem to any point within 20 feet of you. If it collides with a surface and it takes 1 point of damage, when the gem is destroyed, you must immediately roll on a wild magic table.
And weave siphoning is you can give it to the ally, and they use it to buff one of their attacks.
Gotcha. So, yeah.
Grenade or buff.
All right. I can't throw very far, can I?
Nope.
So, can I break on the attack to affix the gem?
And
Like, can
hold
I
on. Well,
retroactively affix the gem to the bolt?
1 second, let me pull up your sheet. Because it's part of. Yeah, say if in terms of just flavoring it differently, in terms of getting that effect out. Hold on, let me. It's been a while since I actually gotten this typed up too, so. Okay, yeah. So as a bonus action, it states you can throw it 20 feet. I would need a tinkering check as you affix it
Okay.
to the bolt. Go ahead and give me that tinkering check. So that'd be intelligence and proficiency.
That's intelligence and proficiency. Yeah, that's +7. So a total of 20.
Okay, yep, that'd be enough. So you watch as after Elmbeard just stares at Hemo, there's like a slight tilt. You can see a squirrel just kind of like scurries down his leg and disappears into the woods. Elmbeard looks like a little confused at Hemo, and you all turn and you hear ratcheting as Tabby fixes a bit of quartz onto the front of her crossbow. To the front of her bolt. So go ahead and make that a attack roll.
The attack roll was the 20.
Yeah, the attack roll. So that definitely hit. So that you watch as the bolt fires towards the the treant with the red dot up on the north side, the northern end. As the bit of quartz makes contact, it shatters, and there's a massive surge of arcana. Tabby, D100, please.
36.
36. Okay. Oh no. Okay, so you either do 2d. You get to choose. The treant either takes 2d10 necrotic, or he's blinded.
Oh.
Necrotic. He's a living thing.
Okay.
A plant, no less. Like, doesn't necrotic do like major damage to plant-based creatures?
Not one of their vulnerabilities, no. I'm looking at the sheet right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at necrotic damage.
You might be thinking of specifically from the spell Blight.
Right, I know, but I'm just wondering, like, in terms of D&D itself.
Unless it's a stated vulnerability,
I hear ya.
it doesn't apply.
Yeah, I hear ya.
Hey, Pringle.
Yeah.
I DM'd you something. I ended up realizing a mistake.
Okay, hold on.
Withers matter, even the soul. But yeah, I'll deal the necrotic damage.
Alright, okay. So roll 2d10. Plus
One is a
your
9, the other
plus your dex.
plus my dex. One is a 9,
Yeah,
the other is
2d10.
the 8, and then plus dex. It's 5. So 17, 22.
Okay.
So 26
So pretty much
and
damn near
22.
Yeah,
48
26
damage.
and 22. 48 damage. Alright. I am not doing this. Yeah. Alright. You still got some movement left.
Okay, how much movement do I got? 30 feet.
30 feet, yeah.
I'm gonna take cover in some
Speed up.
trees.
Okay.
And that'll be my turn.
Alrighty. Silence, you're up. Renan, you're on deck.
Okay. One or two. It must be within. No, then 5 feet. When I go diagonally, is it still 5 feet?
There's a measuring tool. It's the third from the bottom on the left side. And the there you go.
Oh, the one that says measure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it looks like a ruler is underneath the T.
Okay.
So
Oh,
you
that's
can
perfect.
measure out 30 feet, or
Okay.
stay still and cast up to you.
Okay, so I'm going to actually stay where I am because I can reach.
Okay.
And going to what is missing? It's an attack roll. Oh no, it's a dex save. I have a make
Dex
a dex
save.
save.
All right. That is not very good. 14.
Wait, I get to do damage.
What's your dex save?
It's 64, 15.
15. All right, go ahead and what's
It was acid splash.
acid splash? Okay, there's no
When you
like
go up to
half
60
damage.
feet. It says no. It just says you can hurl a bubble of acid. Choose one or two creatures you can see within range. If you choose two, they must be within 5 feet of each other. Target must succeed on a dex save or take 1d6 acid.
Gotcha. Alrighty. You all watch as Silence moves fairly swiftly off to the side, barely even making any noise, as a glob of acid fires across the space. Unfortunately, goes a little bit wide as Elmir just kind of slightly turns and it brushes past his shoulder. You got a bonus action? Movement?
Bonus action. I don't think I'm going to use it at the moment, but I will move.
Okay.
I'm gonna move over towards where the others are moving. Ooh. How do you move the thingy again?
Oh, you
Um,
click on the arrow, or you would
Arrow.
Yeah, the arrow.
Okay.
You can select your token.
I'll go right here. And maybe forward one. There we go.
all right. No bonus action.
I don't think I have one that I can use.
Alrighty. Ren, you're up.
I'm moving back a little bit because I am Squishy Wizard. Yes, it's a line. Thank you. Go away. All right, still in range. Okay, I'm gonna use Acid Arrow on him, on big guy.
Big guy, Elmbeard. All right.
Yep. It's a 2-hit DC. Son of a bitch. 9. I
9.
can't ask for shit today.
No.
Let's see. On a miss, the arrow splashes the target with acid for half as much of the initial damage.
All right.
So I still do some damage. So, rounding down, right?
Up.
Round up? Okay. So that's 9 rounded up to 10 for 5.
All right. You watch as Renan takes a few steps back and focuses. There's a similar glob of acid before it begins to straighten out and do an arrow and fires across the space. As it shoots past Elmbeard, you watch as some of the acid trails off and drips down to his shoulder, singeing some of the bark a little bit. Let's see here. Alrighty. Elmbeard kind of looks into each of you as you begin to make your moves, as he kind of begins to lumber forward. He shouts over to Toby, who's now in the red tree at the directly north portion of the battlefield. It kind of begins to lumber forward. You just hear, I thought you said they'd be impressive. I need strength saves from Renan, Silence, and Hemo.
Is that strength save?
Strength.
Okay. Okay, let me head back to the character sheets real quick.
Yep, strength save.
19.
19.
16? Which is impressive with my +1.
That's very impressive and just enough for you all to pass.
Oh, thank goodness.
You all watch as centered on Silence and spreading out to about 10-15 foot radius, just enough to catch Renan and Hemo. The grass begins to erupt and twist around, trying to grab at your ankles, but you're able to pull free. Keep moving. You guys aren't restrained, but it is difficult terrain. Let me draw a shape. Oh, what did they really get rid of the circular shapes to draw option? That's annoying.
No, it's ellipse.
Yeah.
Derp. I'm smart, guys. I swear.
It's okay.
We believe you.
Oh,
About-
was that a magical effect or a spell?
It's a magical spell, but it doesn't.
I have
magically affect
I
you
have
directly.
resistance to magical effects and spells.
Oh shoot. Okay, yeah. Is it-
But it doesn't deal damage.
It
Yeah.
does
Yeah,
still
it's
deal
very
damage. I
strange.
just have resistance.
Gotcha. All right. Yeah, with Tabby working her way up the tree. She wasn't in the way of that. And actually, you know what? You all watch as, after he shouts out to Elmbeard, Toby gives back a reply and actually directs the reply towards you, your group. I suggest you stop holding back. Life doesn't. And you watch as the red and blue one begin to move at a quicker pace than Elmbeard. Nope, that's the text. I don't need the text. Okay. Each of them grab a large stone and hook it into their tree branch arms. One will get launched at the tree Tabby's in the midst of climbing. So Tabby, I need a strength save from you as the tree gets obliterated by this boulder as you kind of ride the tree down.
12.
12. That is not enough. You all watch as the boulder smashes into the tree stump right near the roots. The whole tree lurches and snaps. Tabby's able to move just out of the way as you hear the snapping of twigs and branches as it slams into the ground. You take...
Can I cast, as a reaction, can I cast Featherfall on her?
Sure, if you want to reduce the damage, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I actually
do that.
have that myself, so you know, you are you're better in terms of damaging. I'm more utility. So save you
Okay.
the spell slot, I can do it myself. Though
That's fine.
I definitely appreciate the idea. I totally forgot that I have Featherfall.
You're welcome for reminding you.
Yeah, thank you.
Featherfall reduces fall damage by half, correct?
No,
Or is it-
you slow
No
descent.
falling damage.
It's from this height. It's no falling damage.
Okay.
A falling creature's rate of descent slows to 60 feet per round until the spell ends, up to a minute. If the creature
Gotcha,
lands
okay.
before the spell ends, it takes no fall damage and can land on its feet.
Fair enough. And so you all watch as Tabby hangs onto the tree before pushing off as it makes contact, and there's a slight ease to her fall. She kind of steps, readies the crossbow again. Let's see here. Ooh, that is not great. 17 to hit Hemo.
Okay.
What's your AC?
15.
15. Okay. Really? Wow. Okay. You take 6 bludgeoning damage as the red treant curls the boulder into its arm and shatters it mid-throw as you just get peppered with small pebbles.
Ow.
Top of the order, Hemo, you're up. Tabby's on deck, and you all hear Toby just continuing on. I suggest you pick it up.
Okay. how far is he away from me?
Elmbeard is 25, 30 feet. 25. We'll say 25.
And how far away are the others from me?
The other treants, one is
No,
30, one is
My party.
party. Silence is closest at 15, and Ren and Tabby are at 25.
Okay, I am gonna move closer by 15 feet.
To Elmbeard?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm good. Is this it or do I have to move closer? Bless you.
Okay.
Sorry,
Alright, so
I can't
that's your
tell.
movement. You're good.
And I cast Thunder Wave.
Thunderwave. Okay. That's 15-foot cube centered on you, right?
Yes.
Nicely done. And that's a strength save?
It is a con save.
Con save. Okay. So 15-foot cube centered on you. Measure Elmbeard. You would get the red and Elmbeard, but not the blue one. Is that
That's fair.
fine?
The target is on beard after all.
Alrighty. Ooh. What's your spell save DC?
It is 14 still.
14, that's right. Okay. Ooh, Elmbeard just fails at 13. The red one succeeds.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll damage. Let me know.
3d8.
3d8 thunder. Okay.
It's 2d8 thunder.
2d8 thunder. Okay.
And because Elmbeard failed, he gets pushed back 10 feet. Good.
Hold on.
Well, 10 feet away from me.
Ten feet away from you into. Okay.
I got 13 damage.
13 total. So okay. So 13 to Elmbeard.
And I guess 6 for the other guy.
Yep. 4. Okay. You all watch as Hemo steps forward, his arm curling around his drum, and brings in with a fist here. As just the shockwave just shoves Elmbeard back. His feet dig up some of the dirt as he pushes back and keeps his balance. Much better. Keep it up. You've got to prioritize your targets. Tabby, you're up.
Question for you, John.
Hold on. Hemo, are you done? First off.
I use that to move.
Action movement.
Yeah, action movement. To move back away just a bit.
Okay. No bonus action this turn?
I can't think of anything I could do right now.
Okay. You don't want to use inspiration on Renan or Silence?
Oh, sorry, I thought it was only a one-time thing.
It should be
Yeah.
up to your proficiency bonus.
So you get 2.
So you
Okay.
get 2, yeah. So you have 1 in the tank if you want to use it.
Okay, I'll give another one to Ren.
Alright, Ren, mark inspiration. Go ahead,
Alright, and-
Tabby.
What's
Alright.
the inspiration die?
It's okay, so if you look on your core page, above your proficiency bonus is inspiration. You just click that and a little swirly dragon will come up.
Yep, and it should
What's-
be a D6 at this level,
Thank you.
I
That's
believe.
what I was asking.
Oh, got you.
That's what I had said.
So,
Oh, I didn't hear you. Sorry.
question for you,
Okay.
John.
Yes.
Since you ended up dotting what spells I have prepared, I
Mm.
wouldn't choose jump or absorb elements.
And
Can
yeah,
I swap
then,
those?
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so I'm gonna take this.
That's what I just pre-planned is what Tabby would pull in.
Yeah.
If you wanted to switch it up, that's on you.
Well, in that case, I'm gonna use the fallen tree, and my thumb will hit a button on the side of my crossbow, and a bipod will come out the bottom. And she'll
Okay.
set up on the tree stump, and she'll call out, "Renan!" And she'll take the bolt out of, like, she'll cock it back, take the bolt out, and put in a bottle behind the string, and aim at Elmbeard.
All right. Attack roll.
Attack roll.
Attack roll.
And with this, let's see. Is it an attack roll?
What spell is it?
Grease.
It's actually, it just hits a spot, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, well, I'm aiming at Elmbeard, so I want to grease Elmbeard's face
10-foot square centered on a point within range.
within 60
Makes it
feet.
difficult. Within 60 feet. Yep.
And it's
So go
60
ahead.
feet.
Perfect. Go ahead and mark the 10-foot radius is essentially
All of Elmbeard.
one ring around. Yeah, all of Elmbeard. Okay. Cool. So you, all right. So you all watch as Tabby yells out to, the bipod kicks out from the crossbow bolt. You hear shout out Renan as a bottle of some black viscous fluid is in a long bolt-like shape, almost like a really long vial or a test tube, and fires it at Elmbeard before it shatters across his face, and there's just black ichor all oozing down his body.
Nice.
All right.
That's
That's
only I have fire.
bone
Exactly
action.
about what I've muttered.
Was that your bonus action? action?
I think grease is an action. So with, do I only have the 2 gems? Because I do have my jeweler's kit.
I think it's, if you look, it should state it in,
I can create more gems in my jeweler's kit.
yeah, but I think there's a limit per day. Let me double check. Create a number up to proficiency. It's after a long rest.
Okay, so I only have the 2 because I only have my
Yeah.
the proficiency bonus.
Yeah.
Okay.
One moment.
So I'll hold on to that last one.
Okay.
And I'm staying in place, so that is my turn.
All right, so you'll be considered at half cover. Silence, you're up. Brennan, you're on deck.
Gotcha.
Wait. Let's see. Can I get this to? Joe's not gonna get it to hit. Okay. Okay. We're gonna roll. We're gonna find out.
Okay.
Okay. I need a spell code. Joyce! Natural fucking 20.
Nice.
Natural fucking 20. I'm going to empower it and use chromatic orb.
Okay, click chromatic orb so I can see it in the roll 20 thing.
And roll 20?
Yeah, you click the speech
Oh.
bubble next to the spell.
Oh yeah, wait, you said you didn't. Did you have them?
I can read it to you.
Okay,
You
go for
hurl a 4-inch diameter sphere of energy at a creature that you can see within range. You choose acid, cold, fire, lightning, poison, or thunder for the type of orb you create, and then make a ranged attack spell against the target. If the attack hits, it
Gotcha.
takes 3d8 damage of the type I choose.
it. All right, so
And
3d8.
I have empowered the spell,
So
so
it's max, right?
yes, and it's and it's a d20. Wait, it was
All
a
right.
natural 20.
What element are you choosing?
I'm going to choose fire.
All right.
Beautiful.
So you watch as as Silence curls her hands up and scoops, and you watch as an ethereal orb appears and begins to shine in a bright red, and she throws her hands out as it fires across the space. Hemo, you duck as it just goes sailing just past your head.
Whoa!
It strikes Elmbeard, directly in the chest and begins to engulf him and burn. You watch as it begins to engulf him, and even with the added effect of the grease, you're expecting a lot more on top of how directly you hit.
Mm-hmm.
But something's bringing the damage down.
Okay.
If you guys any of you want to use an action or bonus action to investigate on your turn, that is up to you.
I will use my bonus action to do so.
All right. Bonus action in the heat of the moment will be investigation at disadvantage.
Okay.
Heat of the moment.
Oh, darn! Dang it!
Ooh. All right. So it's 3d8, which was maxed, doubled. Okay.
That's not bad. I rolled a net 20, but it was at disadvantage. I'm so sad. You said it was intelligence?
Yeah. Investigation.
Investigation is +2. That's still a dirty 20.
Okay. 1 second while I still math out this damage from your fire attack. You watch as peering through the flames as it begins to engulf in grease. How long is that grease there? Is it consumed by the fire? Very difficult to turn for the duration for up to a minute. Okay. No. All right. Yeah. So it stays. Okay.
Okay.
So he's now considered burning, which won't do the full damage each turn, but it will do damage.
And he still has to make dex saves or fall
To
prone
move it.
each turn.
Yeah. Yep. Silence. As you're kind of peering through the flames, and you've cast this spell before, and you notice as some of the grease slides past, and you see some of the bark as it begins to burn.
Mm-hmm.
It shifts from what looks like a rune shifts across its bark and pulls some of the fire back in. He is resistant to fire. So while you still did the full damage with Tabby's grease, it didn't do as much.
Okay. I'm gonna go like crap. Fire doesn't work.
Fire doesn't work. Okay.
Right, but now the grease is burning, so since he has the burning condition, does he take fire damage each turn?
At the end of each turn, he'll take damage.
Gotcha.
Each of his turns, he'll take damage. Renan, you're up. Elmbeard is on deck.
Okay. I'm flipping a coin real quick because I have 2 ideas now.
Take
The
your
scribe
time.
lizard referring to her luck of the draw. What in the world is going on here?
Okay. In that case, I'm gonna see if I can hit this thing for something that does do damage. Ice knife.
Okay. Go ahead
No.
and
19 on the die for 25.
that hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
It's 1d10 piercing and I need a dexterity saving throw from each creature within 5 feet of the hit.
So just Elmbeard.
Just Elmbeard.
Okay. Dex save. Ooh, that is an 8.
That does not save against my 14 DC, so he takes 2d6 cold damage.
All right. Go ahead and tell me piercing damage and then cold damage.
Piercing damage was 4,
Okay.
and cold damage is 11.
11. All right. Bonus action to investigate the hit.
Yep, please. So
All right, go ahead.
investigation at disadvantage.
Yes.
That's horrendous. 10.
10. While you can't see there's any benefits to the attack of it being cold, there's no drawbacks.
Okay. And I'm going to use my 15 feet of movement because I'm in difficult terrain to start moving Actually, I'm gonna start moving out. So, 1, 2, 3. 15. And that's my turn.
Hey. One moment.
Also, my husband will be arriving home soon, so I'm gonna mute.
Okay. Elmbeard is actually, let's see here. Okay. It's as you're fighting Elmbeard, you notice that the resistance to fire is very uncommon, especially amongst treants. So this is definitely one of those rarer, blessed by a nature deity creatures. And as it begins to enunciate, you hear a deep, bellowing mix of druidic and elvish. And you only hear one phrase in Elvish, or one word out of the Elvish, called reseed. And you all watch as the red and blue treants disappear into the earth. And I need a strength save from Hemo and a strength save from Silence and Brennan. As the treant shift through the ground and you can feel the rumbling. They erupt out from underneath your feet.
Oh, this counts as a physical attack, correct?
It's a strength save.
Okay.
Yeah, it is it's a magical effect exerted on the smaller treants to do physical damage.
Can I use my
What?
I don't even want to use my inspiration. I got a natural 1 for a 2.
Ooh.
Is
Hemo?
a 15 okay?
We'll see. Silence.
Because the reason I asked is because I have advantage if it is a spell or an effect. So if it was a targeting them, then it doesn't matter. If it's me, then I gotta.
It's affecting the treants.
The 19 plus, you said straight?
What was that?
19 plus, what was it, strength?
Yeah.
2, so 19, 20, 21.
Okay. Hemo, what was yours?
I said 15.
15. Okay. 15 just fails. So Silence, you're the only one that succeeds. So you'll take half damage.
Half damage?
Silence will take half damage. Hemo, you'll take full damage. Ren, get that health potion ready.
I know. If it's over 20, I'm down. I have 20 HP. I am a wizard.
That base value is 14. So Hemo, you take 14. Silence, you take 7. Ren, you take 28.
Oh, I'm down.
I am down to 2 hit points.
Okay.
I'm gonna need that healing potion after all.
So you walk, Tabby, from your little nest that you've made yourself amongst these trees. You watch as Renan gets blasted with tree bark, stone, and earth, and goes unconscious on the ground. Hemo, you watch as Hemo takes a hefty hit to the jaw as the treant's head just comes and uppercuts him, almost like Naruto versus Neji.
Oh
but
yeah.
inadvertently with the head versus the fist. Hemo just staggers back, clutching his jaw. It's definitely dislocated as blood begins to drip profusely. Silence shifts out of the way, almost animal-like, and ducks out of the way, only taking 7 damage. That ability, however, does consume the treant's turns. So, top of the order, Hemo.
Okay. Can I take my potion as a bonus action?
As a bonus action, it would just be you roll the die plus, I think it's with this one, it's 2d4 plus 2. If you use your action, it'd be the full one, no roll. So it'd be 10.
Okay, I'll take the potion. I just waterfall it because my jaw's located.
Mm-hmm. So you're taking your full
That's
action
okay.
to heal?
Yeah, I'm gonna need
Okay.
it. I only have 2 hit points left.
Okay, so you're back up to 12. Got your movement and bonus action.
I decided to move just a bit closer.
Okay.
Actually,
You would be leaving melee range of the treant, so the blue treant would get an attack of opportunity against you.
Sorry, I was just checking something.
Yep.
Not sure mending could help fix that, but
Mending would not fix you, no.
I know. I figured. I decide, actually, given that I'm a bit mad, I decided to move a bit closer to the blue dotted treant.
Well, alrighty. So you get up right face to face with him. Like, you got your fist cocked back like you're ready to punch him, still holding that.
Oh no,
From,
I
like,
used my
the-
bonus action to take out my short sword.
Okay. Alright, so you're gonna ship. Okay. As you move, you all watch as Hemo throws the drum back over almost like a knapsack and draws out a sword. That's your movement. Bonus action. Tabby, you're up.
All right. Let's see.
Ren is down. Not dead. Hemo's pretty roughed up. Silence took a hit, but is still pretty strong considering.
All right. So, using a potion is a bonus action, right? Or is it a full action?
Using a bonus using a potion is either full action or bonus action. Using it as an action will be the whole hit point pool from that potion. As a bonus action, it would be the rolls, as per usual.
Okay. Yeah, I'll run over here. Feed Rin my potion.
Where were you? Because part of that is difficult terrain.
I was here.
All right. Right here, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I was one more down.
One more down. Okay. So I'd say to get there, to get in a position to use it, to get here, give me a dex check to like use the tree as a jumping point, and it would be your full movement to still get there, but you would get there. I just need a dex check. Because difficult terrain wouldn't put you in range.
Could I throw it and still have the same effect?
That would be bonus action. Effectively, it would be the bonus action equivalent. So she wouldn't get the full hit points.
What is the?
It's up to you.
What is the hit points of? What is the die roll?
2d4 plus 2.
2d4 plus 2. Does present a bit of a problem. Let's see. Cure wounds as a touch.
Like I said, if you to get from where you were there to get here, right?
Right.
It was here because you're down there. If you make a dex check, it would make the dex check roll. It would clear 5 feet. You would get within range, and then you would have action or bonus action.
Right. But
Oh,
I
you're
wouldn't
just-
have I wouldn't have any movement to use nimble escape to get out of
Yeah.
melee with that thing. I don't want to get hit. That's the tough part.
Yeah. It's up to you.
How long is this ensnare up for?
2 rounds of combat.
Well, we're at 2 rounds.
Oh no, wait, hold on. I thought you were asking how long it's been up, not.
No. How long is it going to be up? What's the duration of it?
1 second.
Because if it's a concentration, then
Entangle.
Elmbeard needs to make con saves.
It is a concentration, actually.
So he needs to make
me
2
double
con
check.
saves.
Yep. And no, yeah, it would have dropped. So disregard that. You would have plenty of movement. Ooh, excuse me.
Beautiful.
Thank you for.
Mhm.
Why isn't that clearing? Oh, I hit cancel. Not okay. I'm dumb.
He'll get right up here, and actually, I'll feed her healing potion
Okay.
as my action, and nimble escape. Think right here,
Okay.
and the only bonus action that I have, I'm saving.
Alrighty. So Renan, you take 10 hit points back into your hit point pool. You're conscious. You hear the of Tabby as she scurries past some trees. There's a like as the treant tries and fails miserably because nimble escape.
Which means it's used up its reaction, and you can get away now.
Silence, you're up.
Okay.
But after silence, something's gonna happen before Ren.
Okay. Okay, I'm still in measure mode. We're still 10, 15 feet. I'm gonna ask a question. I don't know if it's considered the way it's worded.
Okay.
Can I use suggestion to have him rip his bark off?
To rip his what?
Bark off.
Rip his
To
bark
tear off
off.
a piece of his bark.
You could try.
I was wondering if that was a legal move because it just
Anything goes.
Yeah, you can
Okay.
try.
He has to make a save, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. I'm going to. I didn't think. Oh. Let me see how this meta magic works. Oh, that's damage.
Sadly, there's no meta magics that give you advantage or force
No.
disadvantage.
And the other problem is suggestion is a single word. I think.
No, it's
Oh, no,
a
that's
it's
command.
phrase. It's a
It's
phrase.
a
I was
phrase.
thinking of
It's a
command.
suggestion. It's a
Yeah.
phrase, but it can't cause. It's what I was asking. Is it can't cause.
It doesn't cause damage. You can't force them to cause damage to themselves.
So wisdom save, correct?
Do I want to do that, or do I do what I did before? I don't. That's what I'm trying to.
I'll tell you what. If you want to try suggestion, we'll do a DM challenge. It's pretty much if you really want to have it happen, we both roll d20s. If you get higher than me, you can get it through.
Oh god.
He'll still have to make the wisdom save.
Yeah.
But it'll work how you want it to work.
Oh
So
god.
go ahead and roll me a d20.
Rollies.
It's not quite high enough, but it's a 19.
That is a 17.
It'll
All right,
work
so
the way you
wisdom
want.
save.
Yeah, nice.
What's your DC?
Oh, 15. Wait, is it 15? Yeah, it's 15.
15. Okay. Ooh, that is a
No.
total. That is a total of 17.
No!
No.
So he passes. Hit that that proficiency bonus he gets.
I
from that.
know. Those are
Alrighty.
always a pain in the butt. Okay, then I'm going to just move.
Okay.
Oh, I can't quite get there.
You cannot know.
I can go here though. I forgot where I was going. Okay, this is 5, 10, 15. 5, no. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
All right.
That works.
All right. So movement, action.
And then bonus action, I'm actually going to no, actually I'm gonna hold on to that conversion.
All right.
Good, I'm good.
Before we get to Ren's turn, Elmbeard's going to use a legendary action. Tabby, strength
Oh.
save.
Fuck you.
— 17.
17. Okay.
And let's see. You know what? I'll use my inspiration too.
There's 2 chargers in.
Oh yeah, you. Okay. Well, you
And-
succeeded with the 17.
Okay, never mind.
So you, yeah. That's why I was confused.
I didn't know that.
Alright, so that does pass. Yeah, it was okay. You watch as Tabby's beginning to get into position. You all look, and a vine has sprouted from the tree that she's in front of and has coiled itself around her stomach. As she kind of pulls through, she gets yanked, smacked against the tree. Tabby, you take 15 bludgeoning damage, 1-5.
But I saved.
But you saved.
But I got yanked.
You didn't get moved at all because you're right next to the tree, but you took 15 bludgeoning. The
How was
vine
that
grabbed you
How was that saved?
because it would have been 30 had you not.
Gotcha. To reduce the damage. Okay.
Yeah, and yeah. So you'll watch as small Tabby just gets whack against the bark. Some of the bark from the tree crumbles around her. She slides down, the vine releasing her. She's staggering, but she's upright. As you get hit, Tabby, you feel an intense ringing in your ear, and you hear a voice that you're not familiar with enter your head. Earn your name, little orc. I need a wisdom save.
That's a 6.
6, okay. You won't be able to take your reactions, if you have any, until the start of your next turn. But until until the start of your next turn, you are considered stunned. Ren, you're up.
All right, I'm
Tabby.
gonna move.
Tabby got you upright. Good lord. And she's on her feet but ragged, and her stare is distant.
I have nothing. I have literally nothing that can help her. So guess what? I'm using Tasha's Caustic Brew on these, which is it's a 30-foot line, 5 feet wide. So I kind of moved so that I wouldn't get Will in on it.
Hemo, yeah.
Yeah, Hemo. Sorry.
It's fine.
And stream of acid emanates from you in a line 30 feet long and 5 feet wide in a direction you choose. Each creature in the line must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or be covered in acid for the spell's duration.
Okay.
Which is the 14.
Both fail. One rolled a 14, but had a -1. Go ahead and roll damage.
Yes. So, no damage yet, I don't believe. Yeah, they take damage at the start of each of their turns until they take an entire action to scrape the acid off themselves.
Got you. Okay.
Or another creature scrapes it off of them for them.
Alrighty. Is that your full turn?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
I no longer have a healing potion, so I'm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, I can move. I can keep moving, right? Because he used his. Did he actually use his thing?
The red one, yes, he did.
Okay, sweet. I am going to.
These treants are lesser than normal because they're about your size. They're not like fully developed treants.
20, 25, 30. All right, I'm up by Lena. Not Lena. I'm up by Tab. And can I use my bonus action to just tap her while I pass? I'm not doing anything. I'm just trying to get her out of it. Trying to snap her out of her stunned. Snap at her as I walk past.
As you go and kind of jostle her shoulder. I need a wisdom save from you.
Wisdom shit. Okay. Unread.
It's a lower DC because the effect isn't directly affecting you.
Oh yes,
it is
24.
24, perfect.
19 plus 5.
As you kind of run past, you kind of give her a tap on the shoulder. You're giving a shock to your system. As deep in the wood, deep into the woods, kind of distorting your perception of reality slightly. For the briefest moment, you thought you saw a draconic face deep into the woods. Elmbeard's turn.
Is he still aflame?
He is still aflame. So he takes more damage. Okay.
So was Renan trying to shake me out of it, or what? What's up?
She was just trying to get a sense of you because the effect that's affecting you is so overpowered. It actually kind of rebounded, so you're still stunned.
And I risk myself getting stunned.
Yeah, but Ren is fine. It was a very hearty shock that's fully focused on you right now.
So she knows something is legit up with me that has nothing to do with the assessment.
Yeah.
Yep.
Alright. Okay. So Elmbeard will launch a boulder at Silence. That is a 14 to hit.
Misses.
14? Oh shit! All right. You watch as Elmbeard digs his hand, that burrows into the dirt, pulls out a large boulder and heaves it at Silence. As she turns, she sees it coming, and almost imagine if Neo was even more slippery than he was. There's that Matrix slide where she actually steps forward as she's arched all the way back and stands upright. Yeah. Chemo. Let's see here. Chemo. 20. Yeah, that hits. 29 to hit.
I'm down, most likely.
See here. Ooh. That is 7 damage. As this treant that's about your size, so it's not a fully fledged out slam attack, just racks you into the ribs with his branch.
Oh, so I'm not dead yet.
You're not unconscious yet. The red one is going to move up and make an attack at Tabby at advantage. Because she is stunned. I can't. Why am I? Whatever. Okay. What's your AC, Tabby?
I'm stunned.
Isn't it stunned? They get advantage.
Yeah, they get advantage.
They get
It's
advantage.
17.
So I still need your AC. Okay. Yeah, 19 to hit.
That hits.
You take 7 damage as well. And you, Ren, since you're close enough, you notice as Tabby gets struck, the red tree and pulls its branch back, and you see, almost subconsciously, there's purple energy that just crackles across its branch, dealing a little damage back.
Huh.
I'm not looking so good.
Before we get to the top of the order, Tabby, this presence that's been clouding you in these last few seconds just reiterates again. Earn your name, little orc. As you're kind of focus and really look, you notice images of your comrades moving amongst the battlefield away from their actual positions. You see your arms reach up and grab your crossbow bolt, and then images of yourself steps forward from your current position before everything goes back to normal. Go ahead and give me an insight check. Because you're physically stunned, you're not mentally stunned.
Right. Insight's not that great, hang on. Let's go ahead and use an inspiration on that for 6. Okay, so insight +1 is 16 for a 22 insight.
Me too. Whatever this force is, with what you saw them, your comrades moving, you grab racking a bolt and reaching for that last crystal you have in your possession, that last piece of quartz. It's almost as if this presence is giving you a hint. With that insight, you can determine that they're suggesting hold your actions and they'll aid you, so you can get your bonus action and your action off. But wait until the end of Renan's turn. Mechanically speaking. Top of the order, Yemo, you're up.
Also, actually, before you go to top of the order, the Trents that got hit with the acid need to.
Oh, that's right.
So they didn't choose to scrape it off, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Either
so
of
they
them
each take 2d4 acid.
Okay, go ahead and roll it. Or do I
5.
roll it? 5, okay. Ironically enough, that's the first bit of damage on the blue one.
And I'm about to give him more damage. Look,
All right, top of the order, Hemo.
Injured. Look, Hemo is injured. He can't talk, and he is kind of pissed right now.
1 second. Good. All right, go ahead, Hemo. Sorry.
I am gonna hit it with my short sword.
Alrighty, do that damage.
I forgot is there a proficiency bonus to it, or just a straight out
You would be proficient, so it's Dex plus your proficiency.
Dex plus proficiency?
D20. Yep, D20 Dex plus proficiency.
What a 23 hit.
23 hits. Roll damage. 1d8 plus Dex.
Oh, that is a 9.
9. All right. That's 15. Okay. Is that your turn? You got your bonus action? I'm assuming you're not going to move because you'll take a shot from it. If it hits. It's up to you.
You know, part of me is tempted to head closer to Elmbeard to do something, but I think I might stay.
Okay.
Actually help if you did.
Huh?
Would actually help if you did.
Oh, right. Actually, yeah, I probably should move.
I can't say why, but
I'm not, but
yeah.
he would be petty enough to. He would be petty enough to go after Elmbeard next, just to give him a hit too.
All right. Let's see how this does. What's your AC?
Mine?
Yeah.
15.
That's a 2 on the die. That misses. All right. So you can move up to Elmbeard.
Yeah. Though
All right.
I could imagine that as he's walking off, he flips the bird at the tree because he couldn't cuss him out verbally.
There's just a head tilt from this like baby ant. Like, essentially, it's like Teen Groot. It just doesn't know common. Just the heck. Tabby, as you watch these images kind of play, you're almost on fast forward. You kind of snap into position. Your body's aching. What do you do?
So it's kind of like all of these images that she's seeing, like, you know, herself reaching for the bolt and the gym, people moving exactly the way that they were going to. All these images coalesce into like what actually is happening. She grabs her bolt, grabs her gem, and takes aim, but holds.
Okay. All right. So you're gonna release both after Renan finishes their turn?
Yeah, I'll wait. I'm holding my actions.
All right. Okay. Silence, you're up.
Hey, I need to be. I count my squares here real quick. I was. Okay, is somebody counting from me?
Yeah, that's
written.
Renan.
I was gonna count from a specific spot. So. I have to be here. Why do you have to be out of reach? Okay, I'm going to go to. I think it was right there. Right grab the person right here, correct? Was this still within 10 feet? Yes. I'm going to cast. I'm fine, let's go.
This is not as bad as the last one shot. Oh my god.
Oops, spells.
The last one shot was
Okay.
spectacular. What are you talking about?
I'm
I
talking
was
about
gonna
my
say.
stomach.
Oh,
Like this cough I've been dealing with all session.
Got ya. Yeah.
yeah.
No, it hasn't been as bad. All right, Silence, what you doing?
I need him to make a con save, please.
Sound
The
good?
big guy.
Okay. That is a 16, 16.
Oh well, he takes half damage anyway. Well, 6 on, and I'm gonna go ahead and empower it. Wait,
Okay.
that wouldn't have mattered. Never mind.
Okay.
Just keep it at
Not
6.
Alright.
And you, Hemo, you're going to, you can heal 6 as with Wither and Bloom.
D6?
Oh no, not heal 6. It's you can use your unspent hit dice and regain number equal to the roll. So yeah, 6. If you have
So
6.
up to 6.
And did I mention that was quickened?
That was what?
Quickened.
You did not. But yeah, that's fine. It's quickened. It's quickened.
And then if I'm using it thinking right, I can still use another spell because it was quickened, correct?
Yes.
I'm gonna try to
And-
attempt.
My temp hit points are up to 9.
All right.
And I'm going to. Do I have enough movement? How much did I move? I can move back a little bit. And I'm going to roll for Chromatic Orb again. That's a 19. 19 plus 7. Go ahead
That
and
hits.
power that.
Longbeard.
Yes.
All right. Because of Tabby's grease helping aid in overcoming that resistance, it's.
Oh, I can choose the element.
Oh, you're choosing the element. All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Okay.
choose a different element.
Okay.
I just gotta think of which one I want to choose. Medic order.
I used ice, and we don't know if it did any extra. I used ice knife.
You know, fire would have done.
Would have done more, but it's less because of reasons.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm gonna go
Yeah,
ahead
because
and
of
use.
resistance.
And we don't know if lightning does anything.
No, we don't. We don't know if acid or lightning does anything.
You do know acid doesn't do anything spectacularly in terms of plus or minus, or less or more.
Yeah, I used acid arrow on it to begin with.
Oh, okay.
Lightning's the only one you haven't touched.
Thunder is another one that we used as well.
But we didn't see if it worked.
No.
It didn't do any extra. It just did.
Ooh. That's a D8. Why? I did 3D6 last time. Oops. My bad.
That's all right. This time around, roll 3d10.
Okay, that'll work.
Balance it out. Get that little +2 for each die. Yeah.
And I'm empowering it. So
All right.
that's the last of my
Lightning.
bits, though. Yeah, we're gonna go lightning.
All right. And it hit. Go ahead and roll your 3d10.
That one was an 8.
Okay.
That one was a 7. So,
Okay.
I mean, come on, nice number. That was another 7. And empower, I think, just lets me reroll.
What?
If I need to, but I don't think I'm good enough.
That's 20. Wait, no. I miscounted. 20.
22.
Yeah, 22.
Good lord.
Stop dying, John Pringle.
Can't help it. Can't help it. Human beings aren't supposed to live past 30. It's science. You did some movement. You have your bonus action and action done.
Yeah,
Nothing
that's all. I'm set.
spectacular from lightning. All right.
Yes.
Ren, you're up.
All right, I'm moving again, 30 feet.
Okay.
6. And am I in range for it now? 6.
Last of that one.
Yeah. I'm gonna use Toll the Dead.
Okay.
I need a wisdom save.
Some save. Some save is a 16. 1-6.
Damn it. Savers suck.
Yeah.
And it's saved. My DC is 14.
Okay. All right. Seraph, now that you've held your actions,
Mhm.
do you want to start that music, please?
Sure.
You watch as Tabby staggers, begins to pull that last bit of quartz out of her pocket. She racks a bolt, and you all feel a large surge of magic. Her face kind of covered in shadow. You see purple sparks of light from her eyes as her irises begin to vibrate and turn into shifting their shape. She sprints forward, leading out with discharge at the red treant. As she begins to run forward, getting closer to you all feel your own arcana beginning to react to her presence, pulling magic from deep within your exhausted bodies. You all form your spells, trying to maintain it. Silence and Renan, you launch out vitriolic spheres, as Hemo, that disgust and anger turns into a thunderous storm, spinning into a storm sphere. You all fire them, following in Tabby's wake. Elmbeard looks to Tabby charging in. Earn your name! She sprints full force. The quartz begins to burn a bright purple. She jumps up, and there's a flash of lightning, and you all are partially blinded. You can feel your spells as they disappear deep into that light. You hear guttural pain echoing from beyond it, and you're not quite sure, but the worry begins to set in if you had possibly caught Tabby within that explosion. Your hearts begin to thump. And you kind of look back slightly, and you see Toby, proud, smiling, unworried. And that thundering you're hearing wasn't your hearts, but the cheers from the city that's been watching this spectacle. You all watch as erupting out of the light on the other side is Tabby, fully encased in vines in a dark purple resilient sphere. As it begins to unfurl and disperse, dropping the vines, you see the crossbow bolt aimed and fired. It disappears, and you just hear a buckshot of bark erupt out of Elmbeard's shoulder and neck, where a major artery would be in the human body. And as the bolt shoots past and buries itself, there's a spark, and the bolt increases into the size of a spear. Tabby, you come out of this midair, seeing what you've done. You're just like, yeah, oh, and it goes spiraling east into the trees. You all hear.
Can I feather fall her?
You can, As use your reaction, you just see her. If she's dangling upside down in the branches, you all suffer a point of exhaustion, and we'll cover what the side effects of what just happened after the stream.
Okay.
But you all take a deep breath. The anxiety and worry about Tabby's safety easing out of your bodies. And you all watch as the two treants, smaller treants, disappear into the ground. And Elmbeard, putting his own fires out as he heals, getting rid of the grease, kneels and picks up a large piece of bark that had been knocked off. You all turn and look to Toby, and he's holding what looks to be. Oh, go on.
I was just gonna say, like, I'm just like dangling upside down in a tree, like a foot caught in like a Y branch.
Yeah. So what do you all do as Toby's beginning to grab the crystal to announce the results? Before you all have this one moment.
Hemo just has his drum out and he starts hitting it rhythmically. Since he can't really shout in triumph, he's just going at it with his drum.
Caveman.
Yeah.
Silence. Ren,
She's just
what are
gonna
you guys
kind
doing?
of she's just gonna put up her hair, and yeah, and you can't see it from where she's at, but there's a trail of black scales going down her back.
Okay.
And she's just gonna say that was easy.
Ren, what are you doing?
I'm exhausted. I'm not meant for this frontline shit. I am a nerd who stays in the library.
Fair enough.
I'm trudging over to Lena.
Tabby.
I'm gonna help you.
Tabby.
Tabby.
All right.
Wrong person. Lena Light.
Yeah, I've hit Lena Light. No, yeah, I've been doing it. I've been doing that all session. But as you all make your way over to Tabby, she's kind of like fighting at the branches, and you just hear, and her foot comes free, and you all just catch her. And Toby, who's still holding the crystal, watching you all begin to celebrate. You four, leave your mark. I've got an announcement to make. And he takes the crystal, and in his right hand, he's holding some kind of a signal flare. And he says, Team 8, points the flare to the sky. Pass, as a golden flare shoots skyward. What type of mark do you guys collectively decide to leave on Elmbeard's piece of bark that he's gifting you all?
Hemo literally has no say in this.
And a mark?
I take my quill and I point to Lena's wrench.
Tabby's.
Tabby's.
You've been calling Seraph Lena for a year and a half. It's okay.
It's gonna be even worse when it's time for campaign 2, I guarantee it.
Oh yeah.
So she points to Tabby's wrench.
I'll, get up, dust myself off, pluck a twig or two out of my hair. Just go over to the piece of bark. Take my wrench. This'll probably be like a dex check to like draw on it, right?
Yeah, dex check.
I feel like Hemo, he would have pointed at the wrench and just nod, and then pointed at Tabby's crossbow bolt, and then made an X with his forearms to do kind of like a cross thing.
I've got an idea.
Okay.
So I'll begin drawing sort of like a dragon bust, like the motif.
Mm-hmm.
Then Uh, like it'll be like a crossbow bolt, but instead of feathers, it's like the wrench handle.
Okay.
That'll be one way diagonally. The next one would be a feather quill,
Mhm.
a quill pin, and
My
then
heart.
down the middle will be uh like the border of it, like around the like dragon head itself will
Yeah.
be like a drum.
Okay. Elmbeard kind of looks, and he hands you the bark. He stands up and looks to Toby, and without even saying a word, you just hear the crunching of bark as his face turned into a smile, and he just slowly disappears into the woods.
Hemo
And
just. Sorry.
as he disappears, you are all teleported back to the college grounds. You are all healed to full hit points upon your arrival.
And we lost
Does my
7.
jaw get fixed?
Your jaw does get fixed, yes.
I can imagine once it snaps back into place, like, ah!
Do I get to keep the health potion that I've never used?
Yes, you'd be able to keep the health potion for whatever reason you want to decide.
That hurt.
um, but you are all celebrated as heroes of the class for being able to get your grade continuing on to the next commencement year.
I am
Fast,
While I'm not looking down on like a lot of the other humanoids, I am absolutely looking entirely smug at any of the older elves.
like the
I-
guy on Team 6.
Like the guy on
Oh.
Team 6.
Okay.
Speaking of that guy, Hemo just sticks his tongue out at that guy.
Amidst the celebration, like Tabby's just gonna like start to lean towards Renner just to like sort of half doze against her thigh. Just
But fast forwarding a little bit,
Okay.
Tabby, Toby, your father lets you know that he'll discuss everything the next morning when you come back home to spend the night celebrating with your team. It's part way through the night as you guys have been settling in, you've gotten accommodated, you're beginning to unpack. Tabby, you remember the note that Doros sent you saying he wanted to talk tonight.
oh right. I gotta get ready. So plucking out twigs, leaves, all that stuff. I'm trying to get like gussied up as a nerdy mechanic can.
I help her out by using prestidigitation on her
Okay.
to help her get like fully cleaned up.
Hemo's just like, I don't know it's what you're planning on doing tonight, but have fun.
Yep, just hoping.
Where are you going?
To visit a friend.
Okay. I'm
Okay.
gonna recite my script.
Renan kind of goes, where?
Oh,
I just want to know
around-
where you're going. She kind of takes a moment and goes, I just want to know where you're going and where, like, how long it'll be so I know that, like, when you're supposed to be back, just in case something happens.
I should be back in time by the time dinner's done. And we're not going, like, out of town or anything.
Oh, this is after dinner, I should say. It's
Oh.
probably like 8, 9 o'clock.
After dinner, okay. I don't know. I don't know. If I'm not back in, like, say, a couple of hours, we're not, like, leaving town or anything, so we'll be close.
Okay. She just kind of goes, okay.
All right. Tabby, go ahead and give me a stealth check as you sneak your way through the grounds.
Another 26. Damn, I
Okay.
have not rolled very low at all. I think my lowest roll was
Yeah.
like
That I
5.
don't.
Yeah, it must
that
be nice.
stopwatch thing is busted. I love it.
It's
Yeah,
nice.
it must be nice.
Can I? Can I? Sorry, collecting my thoughts. Can I, like, roll performance to when doing my script?
Go ahead and do it for your own shits and
Sorry.
giggles.
Sorry.
It's not too relevant. So
I
no,
was-
it's fine.
I was busy choking while everybody was doing their thing. So I was trying
How do you
to.
send off Tabby?
I was going to attempt to follow her because she's like the only one that. She's interesting. She's also green.
Oh dang,
She's
that's
also
a 23. He's
not,
acting out with
not yet.
pure gusto.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, Tabby, as you sneak your way through the grounds, you'll notice it's gotten fairly overcast. There's heavy rumbling in the distance. Small, a steady rain has begun to settle over Wild Eden. You make your way up around to the east side of the college, with the first year tower being on the west side. You make your way up a couple flights, and you come to the familiar door where Doros had drawn in on the note. You kind of give a knock and slight nervous energy, and you can hear laughter coming from the other side of the room, other side of the door.
Okay. I'll wait.
As you knock, one of Doros's teammates from when he did his commencement earlier in the week greets you, welcomes you in, and Doros looks a bit anxious, nervous despite everything. Kind of looks to you and just, hey, I wasn't expecting you by so soon.
Well, I'll bring out the note. It said to meet.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I probably should have mentioned the time. I don't know how I should put this. And as he says this, you can hear giggling
I'll just glance over and
coming from around the corner. There is a small group. There's a group of about 3 girls, kind of pointing, giggling a little.
what's going on?
Yeah. You know, with me being half elf, and my father died a few years ago. My mom's been wanting me to really push forward with my career and wanting to getting into politics and help out with the Empire, and I don't think that'll work if we're together.
So, they're here to what? Consult you?
No,
Or to just
No,
laugh
they're-
at me? Or
no, I didn't even want them to be here. I wanted to tell you privately, and they haven't. And he kind of looks like they haven't left yet.
yeah, you've done a real good job of private.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sure you are. And she'll take off the ring. May you live the life that you deserve. And she'll just throw it at him and leave.
Okay. It's in that mid throw that there's a dense lightning strike. Closer than the others. and you watch as the little bit of amethyst that was on the ring begins to glow brighter and brighter. I need a dex save from you.
$11.
Okay, it fails. Go ahead and start that music, please. Loop it.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I can't hear it. Hold on. So as you you throw it, there's that crack of thunder and a flash of light. You feel yourself get shoved. Your vision goes white. You feel an intense pain shoot across your back. And as you feel what feels like water begin to envelop your body, your vision goes dark. Hemo,
Yeah.
Ren, and Silence, all about half an hour has passed, 45 minutes, when there's a deafening blast of thunder.
Whoa. That has to have been
the
louder
whole-
than my thunder words.
The whole college shakes. And you can hear a couple of the professors that patrol the grounds late at night beginning to yell. I need investigation checks from you, and we'll get to that in a moment.
That doesn't sound good.
When she ran off, I went after her.
She had a 26 stealth.
I had a 27. You never
well, you're-
asked me what my role was. I didn't
apologize.
go in. I didn't go in. I stayed
no,
outside
yeah.
the door.
All right.
Is that investigation, right?
Yeah, I need an investigation from each of you.
It's a straight 20, not a nat 20.
Straight 20. All right,
Same.
dirty 20, dirty 20. Silence. What was yours?
Would I get advantage or no? Because I'm being outside the door.
You would have advantage because of the what is it? Brain. You would have been about 60 feet behind her, roughly. So you
Yeah.
still get the advantage, but you weren't up to the door when this happened.
And this is investigation.
You have investigation.
It's not quite enough, but it's enough. +2. That's a 17.
17. Okay. As you all begin to, brain silence, you get almost that same flashbang effect. You kind of steady yourself. You can see some of the other students have begun to gather at the balconies, coming out to their windows. Silence, you make your way to the balcony to look out over the courtyard. Hemo and Ren, you guys begin to peer through the window. And you immediately begin the three of you, while everyone else is shell-shocked, begin to make your way downstairs, trying to get to the courtyard. By the time you guys get down there, you all watch as, with a few different mage hands, lifting her up out of the fountain in the center of the courtyard, Tabby is very bloodied along her back and down her spine. You hear the teachers, "Be careful, be careful." The bits of the earth are just floating as the lightning is crackling across the skies. The water falls almost slower than normal. As they begin to set her down onto a stretcher, the three of you hear a heart-wrenching scream as Lena and Toby show up. Toby coils his arm around Lena's stomach as they move the stretcher closer. And with those investigations, you can see as they move the stretcher and Lena takes her hand, trying to keep Tabby warm. They've put a blanket over her, and as the blanket begins to dampen, you notice that from her midsection down is about 2 inches off center.
Oh God,
And you can,
Tabby.
looking at the fountain, you can see where her body's made contact as a portion of it is just cracked off. You can see blood on the lower rim from where her head hit. And as you guys try to make your way closer, some of the other teachers grab you and pull you back. And they begin to, a couple of the healers begin to mend the damage. Tabby, it's at this point you begin to gain consciousness. Your body is in excruciating pain. Your nerves feel like they're burning. And you can't feel your legs. It's okay. It's okay. You hear your mom's voice echoing as she follows you with the stretcher, trying to keep you at ease. You're hearing buckles and distorts. The three of you just hear, we're not sure how much we'll be able to do here. And as you all are left frozen in fear and worry, you watch as Lena takes Tabby with the medics down and east. You can hear horses gallop as a couple horses with shadowy figures, you gather a family, are racing after them. Toby's just standing there in the rain. The teachers begin to let you calm down, and you feel a very cold presence. Ren, it feels familiar to you. Something's going on. And this voice echoes into your heads.
This will be the first time I hear this voice.
This is Toby's. You've heard it before earlier during the
Right.
assessment.
Right. Sorry.
No, you're good. You hear, you all keep studying and make sure you're ready. And he pulls out a sending stone and begins to walk down the steps, and you hear the name Mira. And as the days turn to weeks, turn to months, the Ribald family becomes distant within the city of Wild Eden. You try to gather information as best you can. No one seems to want to talk about it, especially Lena and Toby. Rumors begin to spread that Tabby passed away. She's severely wounded. She's recovering. It's all a mixed bag. And it isn't until about a year and a half later, Ren, with that respect for Tabby that you had of her being ahead of you, you try to will yourself to go to the house late at night. You've practiced now, you've become more adept, and you try and picture Tabby's face. And you kind of look towards the shed, and there is a burning light inside. And you can hear the distant clattering of metal. And you call out to her. The clanging stops, and late at night, you can see a small figure struggling to get back to her house. And that's where we're in the one shot.
Oh.
Bruh.
Love you guys.
No, you don't. Are you crying, you bastard?
Little.
Discord. Oh my god, my Discord just froze.
We still hear you.
No, but I can't do anything on it.
You know what?
Discord was frozen for a moment for me.
Oh, okay. We will resume the stories that take place in an area sometime in the summer. Rest assured, the Ribald family's story is not done.
Damn, man, you're gonna leave us all unfucking certain for months? What are you,
Yes.
an anime?
What are you, hiatus for your favorite story?
Right?
That was great.
Oh, one thing. Due to the effects of the event, you would all have heard that Tabby was summarily kicked out of school, but not arrested for the disappearance and death of about 5 students and the injury of a few more.
Renan would have argued with every single administrator she found about it.
About to get all up in that elven
Probably.
sass. Just come here.
Kamo would have too. He definitely would.
Okay.
I think from here, we can read off. And we'll deal with the post stream another time. I might even have like a little video made on YouTube talking about like, you know, what happened. Maybe even take questions in stream or something. I'm not sure. But yeah. We'll have more to go on this. And we have and when we start campaign 2, I will begin streaming that as well. Other than
Join
that,
this Discord.
yeah, join the
in the loop,
Discord
look
and
for the
come and hang
announcement.
out with us. But in the meantime, I hope you guys have a wonderful evening, and I'll see you all later. Much love. Be sure to show some love to our raid target.
Bye, chat.
Bye.
Farewell.
Bye, chat.
Have
Love
a
you
good
guys.
night.